So you just like if you can add him as a co-host.
Sure, we'll add Lynn. Okay. Give it a few minutes as people come in the waiting room, and then we'll try to get started right on time, guys. And Michelle, how do you, I can't recall, I don't want to have a waiting room anymore.
I disabled it so that now people can just join automatically.
Okay, great.
And then Donalda's here as well, if you can make her co-host.
Yes,
Here as well.
who else is here? Sorry, who's that?
Is here as well.
Hey, Michelle.
Are there CEC members who are here that I haven't made co-hosts yet?
Eric.
So, I don't see Eric.
You should be able to type in.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I don't know. I forgot all my Zoom protocol. Eric Goldberg. There he is. Okay.
Shmo, you're coming in twice.
Who's
Look at
coming?
this. I'm going to try and put up a different screen with the speaker list so that I can pay attention. Does that
That's
work?
very impressive.
Wow.
I just need to find some tape so that I can do this properly.
Okay. Oh, and I see Councilmember Kalos is there. Hello, Councilmember Kalos. I'm gonna just make you a co-host so you can unmute yourself when the time comes. There you go. Hello and welcome. Okay, guys, let's get started. Hello, everyone. This is the Community Education Council District 2 Working Business Meeting. This is the first time we're doing the working business meeting prior to the calendar meeting. So we're going to, and our calendar meeting is going to start at 6:30. So this should be a relatively short meeting. Vincent, can you do a roll call of CEC members, please?
Sure. So Robin Broshi.
Here.
Okay. Eric Goldberg.
Here.
Okay. Emily Hellstrom.
Here.
I am here. Vincent Hom. Edward Irizarry.
Here.
Maud Marin.
Here.
Benjamin Morden.
I didn't see Ben yet.
Okay, he's not here yet. Ushma Neal.
Here.
Len Silverman.
Here.
Shino Tanakawa.
Here.
Okay. Tom Rockledge.
Here.
Okay. So 10 are here and Ben Morden is not here yet.
Yes, expected though. Okay. So we have 74 participants with us now already. Councilmember Kalos, if it's okay, we don't have any official agenda items on our working business meeting, so I thought this would be a good time to turn it over to you to address folks who have come, if that works for you.
Thank you, and thank you.
Oh, should we wait to the calendar meeting? This is a working business meeting.
It is a working business meeting, but since we don't have anything on the agenda, Eric, I thought it would be a good time to let the council member speak if there's no objections. Are there objections?
No objection.
I would prefer if you wait to the calendar meeting, but it's fine.
I will do my best to confine my remarks to no more than 2 minutes. I joined the meeting at the request of a parent of my district at PS 290, Nadia Levy. You may have read about the issue, which I think you guys have been leading on, which is the school nurse shortage. It was in the New York Post on August 1st. And the school has collected over 700 signatures petitioning to get a full-time nurse. So I am just here to support the parents. I was asked to speak by that parent, and so I wanted to, and I just wanted to thank you for your leadership on so very many issues, and just to the extent it is possible to, as part of this working meeting, put together a resolution in support of having, not even support, but demanding a full-time nurse in every single school. So yeah, just wanted to support the parents at PS290. And then also we proposed that for the 28% of students who will be learning remotely, this might be an opportunity to create a citywide desegregated online school. And to the extent that I know this CEC and many others have been trying to desegregate, I just wanted to put that out there. I want to respect the time and thank Eric and others for allowing me to have, and thank Nadia and other parents who've been doing a lot of the work. I see Nadia on the Zoom, so thank you. And I will mute myself. Thank you.
Hey, Ben, this is Tom Rockledge. I always reach out to your office. You never get back to me. But on that issue, the PS290 resolution, I did introduce that in the exact same form to this entire board and could not get a co-sponsor, just so you know.
So guys, I'm just gonna just to give a little context to that remark. I don't actually remember who, but Tom did circulate a resolution about getting a nurse at PS290. Another one of our council members, and forgive me because I forget who, had mentioned that maybe we should, I think Ushma is raising her hand, maybe we should expand that resolution to make it broader because we have the issue of nurse shortages in several schools. I agree with that. We absolutely need a nurse in PS290, as we do in all of the schools in the district and in the city. So ideally, that's the resolution that we can draft and pass. Not tonight because we can't.
But I asked people to do that and nobody did it. These parents put together a resolution.
Hey, Tom.
It's the first two. It's the first two clauses of the resolution that I put forward.
The first two clauses? Oh,
Yes.
all right. Maybe we should have a discussion, put it on the floor and amend it as we go, because this is important and we can get it done right now, right?
Tom, the resolutions will be discussed in the working business meeting. I'm sorry, in the calendar meeting where they're on the agenda, and you could use this time now to read through them. Whether it's a standalone resolution, if you wanted to have the resolution, Tom, that you drafted that was specifically standalone, the suggestion had been to expand it. If you read the resolutions that are on the agenda now, you might find that you agree with those resolutions.
Well, no, I wanted the resolution that the parents of PS290 drafted and got 700 signatures on to be voted in front of this committee. I think we owe it to them not to change that, to do one in addition, but I think we owe it to those parents who worked so hard on it to vote on their resolution that they drafted, that the council member just said he supported.
I just, sorry, I point to personal privilege since I was mentioned. I want to thank the CEC too, from Maud to Eric for letting me participate. I was just trying to be responsive to the parents. It sounds like folks are looking for something that not only represents PS290, but all of them. And it also sounds like I was completely out of order to speak tonight, and that I will probably beg to be able to participate at the calendar meeting, and beg off to the extent that that is
Councilmember Kalos, you spoke at our invitation. This is our first time we're moving to, we're switching up our working business meeting to go before the calendar meeting, because we normally, in the olden days when we all used to meet in a room together, would have our working business meeting after our calendar meeting, and we sometimes had only 4 or 5 minutes for the working business meeting as the school staff and custodial staff was trying to kick us out of the building because our 10 o'clock, our permit, which ended at 10, was coming up. And so our working business meeting was usually all of us being chased out of a meeting that had gone too long. And so we were trying this out for the first night to put it first. And since we actually didn't have a lot of stuff on the working business meeting agenda, I thought it would just be a wise use of time to let you speak at the working business meeting. And I think those sort of accommodations have room in our community. And so I thank you for coming and I thank you for speaking. I'd also like to address Nadia, who's worked so incredibly hard on the universal pre-K dual language program in our district. And I'm very grateful for the time that you've given us, including at the last multilingual learner meeting where you helped run the meeting and you did a lot of volunteer work for us to make that meeting go smoothly. And I'm very appreciative of that. Just to be clear, I can rarely ever speak on behalf of the whole CEC, but I think I can speak on behalf of the CEC to say that getting school nurses in PS 290 and in the other schools is something that we all support. So how we managed to articulate it tonight, hopefully will be made clear that that's a position we all support. I'd like to note for the secretary that Ben Morden is here. So Vincent, please mark Ben Morden as present this evening. Officially on our working business meeting now is items of new business. Do any council members have items of new business?
So would this include discussion of the agenda for the calendar meeting? Is that
No.
new business? No? Okay, just let me know when. I don't want to miss my opportunity.
I just said I don't know. I mean.
I will raise Michelle. Sorry, Michelle, you're my only non-co-host. You are a co-host. Please
Yeah.
speak, Michelle.
Sorry. Could you just make Ben a co-host, and then we have Deputy Chancellor Austin here with us as well.
Yes, hello, Deputy Chancellor Austin. Nice to see you.
Wow.
Ben Morden, where are you? Hold on. Here you are. Deputy Chancellor Austin, is there anything that you would like to say as you join us this evening?
Thank you very much. I actually would. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Adrian.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I want to thank all of you for your service to the families and students of District 2. I've had the pleasure of working with many of you individually on citywide education policy issues, and I appreciate your dedication to our students, to our schools, and to advancing equity across our agency. I am a true believer when it comes to parent empowerment. I believe that our public schools are stronger when we partner with our communities, and I want to believe that parents who pursue leadership on our community education councils are driven by a genuine interest in contributing to the education and development of our young people. I'm here tonight because I'm disheartened by what I've heard from families across the city about this council, and I am incensed by what I've heard from our young people about members of this community. I have heard firsthand that they have been made to feel uncomfortable, harassed, and threatened over the internet. And so I'm here to tell you that the behavior is unacceptable. This is public service. We are here to educate our young people, to help them develop their self-esteem, to help pave the way for their success, and to serve them. As parent leaders elected to serve District 2, you have a role to play here as well. What are your values? What do you stand for? We stand in support of our young people. We stand for advancing equity and for providing a high quality education for all of our students. And we stand in this work as anti-racists. And I certainly hope that you do the same. Thank you.
Can I introduce some new business, Maud, please?
Yes, Tom.
Thank you. I'd like to directly address Deputy Chancellor Adrian Austin. I reached out to you 4 separate times on emails. I left several messages on your call after you defamed me in an email chain saying that I had actions that were politically motivated. You did not return any of my calls, and now you took your video off. Can you please respond to any of my requests? I had a friend in my living room, and you took that and you twisted it, and it's causing me distress. I am being harassed constantly. Can you address that?
Tom,
I guess not. I
I'm
get
going
an hour's worth of sleep every night because of these people. Because I had my friend in my living room with her nephew. It's ridiculous.
prior to everybody getting on, I briefly was discussing with Emily the fact that I submitted to our council only a few hours ago, after a year of meaning to do it, our updated or proposed edits and updates to the CEC D2 bylaws. The DOE updates the template, the sample bylaws that they recommend. It's not required that we follow the template, but that they recommend councils use. And I plugged into what already existed for our bylaws, some of the suggestions from the DOE that I thought were good. They are linked on our website now. According to our current bylaws and the proposed DOE bylaws, we don't vote on them until they've been up for at least a month. So possibly the earliest next month, and maybe even the month following, we would make a vote after having after members having an opportunity to look at those bylaws and discuss them. Maybe perhaps we discuss them at the next working business meeting or calendar meeting and move and if we're able to vote on them, but if not, perhaps vote on them the following month. And I bring this up because it does not say in the bylaws, although I think it should, and we can discuss this as a council together, that when we gather here, we should have sort of top of mind, and our focus should be our schools and the students that attend them, and how we can advocate for those students and advocate for the kind of education that we want children to receive and that children deserve to receive. And so I think our council has in some instances done a spectacularly good job of being advocates for students. We have also, at times, all of us, allowed personal feelings to get in the way of that advocacy. And I would just urge all council members to, if you have a personal issue or a personal feeling about another person, whether it's a fellow council member or a DOE staff member or anybody else, to take that concern outside of this council. Because during this council, we should really all be able to focus on the advocacy that, that the students and the schools, including the staff and the principals and the teachers, deserve from us. So that's my plea. Let us focus on, we have 2 resolutions on the calendar, calendar business meeting that are important and that should be given consideration. And I'm hopeful that we'll have meaningful discussion about those resolutions this evening. If there's nothing further from anybody, I'm not quite sure what we should do here, because now that we're trying our working business meeting before the calendar meeting, I don't want to start the calendar meeting until 6:30. Because in case anyone is tuning in just for the calendar meeting, so it's not the sort of situation where we can jump ahead. We should maybe have poetry interludes or something in between working business meetings and calendar meetings if we have some downtime. I'll be more prepared next month.
What about the positions, like the Students and Temporary Housing Committee? Is that something we would do now or during the?
We can take that up in new business in the calendar meeting.
In the calendar meeting? All right.
Is there any other concerns from council members that they would like to address at this time?
Yeah. I would like Adrian Austin to answer my question.
Hey, Tom, that would be a good example of my,
yeah.
that personal issues need to be taken up outside of the council.
Which I tried. I did try to do that. I emailed her 4 times, left 4 voicemail messages. She just basically defamed me and left. And what she said there was untrue. Students are not being harassed. She's lying. People are attacking me. I'm hurt. And the DOE doesn't care. They spend $35 billion a year and half the kids can't read.
I'm gonna
This is sad.
There are 2 things that I heard. Michelle Chang, who is our liaison to FACE, the Families and Community Empowerment. We have a check-in call every week with Michelle, and she gives us some great information. And there were 2 questions that came up at our meeting today. One was about the EBT cards and the delivery, and what was the second issue that we were going to get back on? But I'm just wondering, I think, Shino, you did some information seeking around the EBT cards. I'm wondering if you could share that with folks assembled here.
Sure. So the EBT card is the stimulus package funding for food, and it's specifically meant to be spent for food and groceries. The first wave of EBT cards were distributed to families who are on public assistance. The second wave were distributed to families receiving Medicaid. And the third wave, which is most of us, or many of us, I should just say, who are not receiving any public assistance, whether it's SNAP benefits or Medicaid, we will be in that third group. The state is managing this process, and it's federal stimulus money, and it's per student funding. So if you have multiple children, you will be receiving multiples of $420 per child. It will be mailed to you as an EBT card, that's the electronic benefits card. It is protected with a PIN, which means you can't just give it to somebody else. You do need to spend it, but then you are more than welcome to donate any amount of money, whether it's the whole amount or whatever amount that you feel you want to contribute. There is a website where you can find organizations that are working on food security issues. So the third wave of EBT cards are supposed to be coming towards the end of this month or perhaps September. But because we have free lunch in New York City, every single student is eligible for this stimulus funding, which is why, regardless of your socioeconomic status, every student is going to be receiving this money. So look up for that in the mail towards the end of the month, maybe early September.
Hey, do we have the receipts on the $18,000 that we gave to the Department of Education to spend on student supplies?
I've put a request in again, and I'm not sure what the delay is, but
So no.
Not yet, no.
No. Okay.
I'm just wondering, I know that grab and go meals, that was set up at the schools once we shut down. I imagine once schools open, is there a status on that? Are they going to be available? If so, are they going to stay the same at the schools, or?
I think the plan is to make meals available to anybody who needs it in September. But I think a lot of that depends on what each school's reopening plan looks like. So the details are to be worked out, but the commitment is to provide meals to it, not just every student, but every person who needs a meal.
Great. And then Michelle Chang, I'd also like to ask if you could let folks know who might not know about the field trips, for lack of a better word, that that the DOE is offering this summer.
Absolutely. So I'm going to share my screen for those of you who are following along on video. So we have been putting out a lot of new information on the DOE website. For those of you who are following closely on the policies, this website is being updated every day, but we are releasing new policies every week. So just like a slight tangent, if you want to see what the updated policies are, you can always click the 2020-21 school year, and you can get all of the Chancellor's latest reopening plans. But to Maud's point, if you go to learning and then go to learn at home and then go to summer learning, my office, the Office of Family and Community Empowerment, has been working in conjunction with other offices across the DOE to create like live but virtual summer field trips, and these are all free. So you can go on the DOE website. If you go down to summer enrichment challenges and activities, we have various types of field trips, and these are geared for children from pre-K up through 12th grade. So one of the areas I've been working on is if you click virtual museum tours and activities, you can click like August and see we have activities almost every single day, and these are partnerships with museums around the city. You can see here we have some with the Whitney Museum, with the Tenement Museum, and there will be a live instructor on the other end who's a museum instructor. So this week we have events such as with the Tenement Museum, there will be an actor there who will take children through like the life of someone in the 1950s. We have a partnership with Intrepid where a museum staff person will be showing children like the aircraft carrier, and there's also a code breaking event. We also have a partnership with the Children's History Museum, where we have an author who will be discussing her book, which is called Little Leaders, Bold Women in Black History, and a bunch of other events. So I just highly recommend, if you have children at home and you're looking for things for them to do, to check this out. And in addition, so the activities I showed, those are scheduled, but at any time there's over 100 free virtual field trips that our Office of Teaching and Learning has created, and you can access these, as well as weekly summer challenges, and these come with prizes. So if you have a competitive child who's like looking to showcase either their artistic talent, or I think there's also like bird watching, like a picture challenge or other things like that, please check out this website.
Thank you, Michelle.
Can I just mention really quickly, I posted the website here under the sharemypebt.com was one of the websites that Sheena was referring to, that also has further information both about the PEBT, but where you could donate to local food pantries and food banks.
And so for some reason, Ushma, you can't see the tiny URL anymore. I don't know if you can see that. You can't see that. Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Maud,
I put it up to be topically interesting, but I'll move it down in a second. It's just while we were still on the EBT, I put it up.
Len, did you have something to say?
yes, Maud, the other question that I had in addition to the EBT from the FACE update earlier today was whether or not parents will be provided with a timetable, in other words, a schedule to know when school starts and what their children's schedules would be. If you could just, again, let us know or update us in terms of when that's going to be. So when parents can expect to receive some information about when the blended learning will start or what their schedules will be, that would be very helpful.
Okay. And then I guess right before, Emily, if I could ask you, since you are doing a presentation during the calendar meeting, and it's not corresponding to a resolution, but there may be a resolution coming next month, can you just address sort of as a preview what the presentation is going to be about during the calendar meeting?
Absolutely. So thanks so much for giving this opportunity.
Uh-oh, we lost you, Emily.
And helping students with disabilities.
Emily, can you start?
To learn more.
Was that me or you that? Sorry, did other folks hear her? Was that my screen freezing?
No, it was on her end.
It was on your end, Emily. Can you start over?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So thanks so much for giving the opportunity to speak a little bit today. As I have gone on to learning more about students with disabilities, dyslexia, different ways of teaching, I started to come across more and more something called the science of reading. And I started to sort of go further in depth on it. And I started to realize that this is a topic and some information that is much, much broader than just students with dyslexia. And it really applies to all students. And I started to create a resolution, and I realized that it was getting more and more technical. Really about pedagogy and curriculum and the ways in which teachers teach, and really most importantly, the ways in which students learn, and specifically how they learn how to read and write. And as I started to draft this resolution, I realized that it wouldn't be fair to present this resolution without some more in-depth background knowledge. Not that I am a scientist, nor am I an expert, but you know, I have spent now close to 2 years studying this and have gotten sort of deeper and deeper in. And I thought, you know, even regardless of whether people decide to vote for the resolution or not vote for the resolution, this is a movement that I am really interested in not only being a part of, but really pushing along further. It is something that affects every single student, every single teacher, every educator. And it is something that feels like a bit of a secret. And my father often talks about peeling the onion, that, and sort of as I went into the layers and layers of this, I just knew that I wanted to share this with our community and beyond, frankly. I think this is something that really, you know, I feel like if I did nothing else but get the science of reading into schools, in District 2 and in all of New York, then it would be an amazing, amazing thing. So hopefully I can be a part of that. So I will say this at the start of this, I didn't put a ton of footnotes in. I started doing that and I realized that I really wanted to do just a broad brushstroke, but everything that I've put in this resolution, it can be found I made a sort of a reading list and a podcast list. So all of the facts that I've put in here are backed up by science. You know, that the reading list, I could have made it very, very long. I tried to really pick the juicy ones. And there are 2 podcasts at the top of the list that I feel like if you do nothing else for education this month, I would strongly recommend listening to Emily Hanford on the Educate podcast that I list at the bottom of the presentation. I think they will wet people's whistle.
Great, thank you. And so Emily, we're going to go right into our that presentation in a moment. So I'm going to adjourn the working business meeting, and then I am going to call to order our calendar meeting. Welcome to anyone who's just joining us or joining late. This is the Community Education Council District 2 calendar meeting. My name is Maud Marin. We will have roll call of our calendar meeting. Unless I have objections, I'll just ask Vincent to take, our secretary, Vincent Hom, to take note, our recording secretary, that all of the members who are present at the working business meeting are still present. Hearing no objections to that, Vincent, can you take note of that?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. If Jennifer Greenblatt is here, I'm sure she disapproves of that, but I think we're going to go with it in the interest of time. Approval of minutes. We have July minutes for our working business meeting and our calendar meeting, which were separate. Have council members, have you had a chance to review them, and do you have any suggested edits or concerns about the minutes? I will take note that as I've been working on our bylaws and the updates to the bylaws, we are supposed to, and oh, I see Jennifer. Jennifer, I'm going to make you a co-host so you can unmute to tell me when I'm doing things wrong.
I think you just did something wrong. No.
I know, but I knew it was wrong, but I did it anyway. I just wanted to say that I caught something in the minutes when I was looking at them again, which is we are supposed to mark if our absences are excused or unexcused. And so we didn't do that in these minutes. Our absences were Robin and Shino. My proposal is that we mark them as excused absences. Robin reached out to say that she had a family emergency, and Shino, I don't recall what the reason of the absence is, but since I didn't have them on there, I would move to Vincent to mark them as excused, but then going forward that when we do the roll call, if someone is absent, that we mark it as excused or unexcused so that we're in compliance with our bylaws.
Okay.
If there are any, as long as there are no objections to that change in the minutes, then we should vote to approve the minutes. Jennifer.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay. We don't need a roll call vote on approving the minutes, do we, Jennifer?
No.
Okay.
All those in favor, all those opposed, and all those abstained.
All those in favor of approving the minutes, it appears to be unanimous.
Yes.
And
Aye.
any objection? No. Great. Minutes approved. That's the first time in months we've had our minutes from the prior months approved, so that feels wonderful. And now, moving right along, Emily, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Okay, great. I'm gonna share my screen. Hopefully you all can see. Okay, so today I'm going to be presenting the science of reading, what we know about teaching children to read and why it matters. Oops, let me just make sure I can. Yeah, so this is like a big sort of a lot of text straight at the beginning, but I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. It's a quote by Dr. Louisa Moats, who is a scientist who has studied reading for literally decades at this point. And she says, really importantly, the body of work referred to as the science of reading is not an ideology, a philosophy, a political agenda, or a one-size-fits-all approach. It's not a program of instruction, nor a specific component of instruction, but instead it is an emerging consensus from many related disciplines based on literally thousands of studies supported by hundreds of millions of research dollars conducted across the world in many languages. And these studies have revealed a great deal about how we learn to read, what goes wrong when children don't learn, and what kind of instruction is most likely to work the best for the most students. So I just wanted to put that out there as sort of a definition. Let's see. So why should we base our instructions on the science of reading? And this is because there is a documented sequence of steps that reliably, efficiently, and safely produces skilled readers. And many of you might be thinking, have I ever heard of this? I know I did when I first started reading. What is this? So some language around this that you might have heard of is structured literacy, explicit instruction, multisensory phonics, systematic cumulative instruction. Another term is Orton-Gillingham, or OG, which is, that's a duo of scientists who produced this very systematic way of reading. So you may have heard of some of those. So I thought I would just go straight into some of the myths about learning to read. And I know when I had small children, I thought a lot about this. As you know, I read to my children, and you know, we went to our public school, and they had lots of ideas about how reading happens. And one of the big myths is that reading develops naturally. This is actually not true. Walking is a natural activity that if a child is around a lot of people talking, they will learn to talk. Same with walking. It comes naturally. We all learn to do, or most of us are able to learn to do it. And that is not true with reading. There's another falsehood that everyone learns to read differently. And that is also not true. Scientists have learned that actually everyone learns to read the same way. There are actually known pathways in the brain that are specifically for reading. And if you don't hit those pathways, you will not learn how to read. So there are actually not multiple ways. A lot of people also think that children become readers by being read to. I know that's what I absolutely thought. It doesn't mean that reading to your children is bad. In fact, it's incredibly good. It just doesn't mean that they will learn to read by you reading to them. It also doesn't mean that if you're in a print-rich environment that you will necessarily learn to read. And in fact, acquiring background knowledge alone does not guarantee you reading. You can have all of those things and still not learn to read. The only thing that will absolutely guarantee that you learn to read is an explicit, systematic approach. That's the way that all students are guaranteed to learn to read. So just as sort of a takeaway, walking and talking come naturally, but reading does not come naturally. So what does this mean for our kids? At least 65% of children must be explicitly taught how to read using structured literacy in order to become skilled readers. And I put in a little good news because that's always fun. The other 35% of kids, if they are taught structured literacy, will also become just more skilled. So that is really good that it works for everyone. So this is a really common graphic that I came across early when I started learning about dyslexia. As you see, sort of the bottom is about dyslexic kids. And so there really is like 10 to 15% of kids really are at the bottom of the reading scale, and they absolutely must have code-based, explicit, systematic, sequential diagnostic instruction with lots of repetition in order for them to be able to read. But as I started sort of studying this ladder of reading, I started to get really interested in the other parts of the ladder. So if you look, the next little section of the ladder, the orange part, is 40 to 50% of kids. In order to learn to read proficiently, they also require code-based, explicit, systematic, sequential instruction. Now, they might not need as many repetitions as somebody who's dyslexic, but they still need that structured literacy approach. And then as you go up, there are these green bands, like there's the 5% on the top. I'm sure some of you know them, either they're your own kids or, you know, the kid down the hall who just, I don't know, he just out of nowhere was like, wow, he or she knows how to read. And that definitely exists in the world. It's 5%. And then there's 35% with some broad instruction. They will learn to read. And it does come relatively easy. That being said, if you look on the right-hand side, they are also advantaged by a structured literacy approach. So there are positives to them actually getting this systematic approach, even though they don't necessarily need it. But if you look at those numbers, that's 65, you know, maybe 50 to 65% who must have this structured literacy approach. So often we hear about 50% of our students are not reading at grade level, 60% of our students not reading at grade level. The science shows that the reason is because they are not getting this structured literacy approach. Those numbers are not by accident, and they correlate to this reading ladder for a reason. So, and this is sort of a dense one, but this is a little principle known as the Matthew effect, which is sort of a biblical reference, and it says that the rich get richer. So what happens is that 35% at the top with this broad-based instruction, if they get a good start and decoding comes easily right from the beginning, they tend to read more, and they start to read more difficult text, and they engage in these conversations about text, and all of a sudden the starting point that was sort of good, if you see on the chart, starts to really by about age 9 and 10 starts to really take off exponentially, and their language recognition and comprehension build on the fact that they are good decoders. However, those who do not get either that decoding is just hard in general because they are dyslexic, they have a language-based learning disability, or they're not taught correctly, or both, they, because of this sort of this Matthew effect, they start out not reading much, and then because it's hard or they haven't been taught properly, they read less complex texts, they start to get frustrated, and in fact they stop reading. And that's when the comprehension, the vocabulary starts to actually not improve. So there was a study done and that talked about by the fact that in 5th grade, the students who are in the 90th percentile, and this is outside the classroom, they will encounter 2 million written words outside of school. That's written words that they are reading. And that by about 5th grade. The bottom 10th percentile by 5th grade will only encounter 8,000 words. So some of the things that we know to be true, where the comprehension and the fact that the more you read, the more you learn, that principle starts to really take on the 2 lines of the graph that you see here, where really, as we said, the Matthew effect, the rich are getting richer, and the poor readers on the bottom, they aren't improving because of this deficit. So and I sort of put this in, wait, you know, how do our schools currently teach kids to read? And I didn't really know when my kids first started school. And it wasn't until my own child was dyslexic that I started to look and really understand, why was he not reading? And some of these little graphs might look, these little helpers, reading helpers might look familiar to you from your own kids' learning. I know my kids had the one on the left, Eagle Eye and Lips the Fish. And these are all these little tools that teachers use to help teach kids to read. But unfortunately, science has shown that these practices do not work. So really, when we are looking at pictures in order to help reading and just looking at the first letter of a word, or we're skipping a word and reading to the end of the sentence, substituting a word is okay even if it's a similar meaning, or having a heavy emphasis on context or comprehension strategies. These actually are not the habits of skilled readers. And so even though they are in our schools, and some kids, that 35%, because it's broad instruction, they will learn to read. This is actually not, they are actually learning to read in spite of this type of instruction. So one of these, you know, the way in which these practices come into play is, it's called MSV, or the 3 cueing strategy. And what it encourages kids to do is to guess. So you might have heard of balanced literacy. And I put this, you know, frowny face up there because, you know, I just want people to know that this is not what science has shown us is the way that we can teach children to read. Lots of people have heard of Fontes and Pinnell, and kids like to say, oh, I'm on the G level, or I'm on the, you know, H level, or, and one of the things that they do in those books is they have a certain number of words per book, instead of focusing on some of the more systematic approaches to reading. And that can be very, very frustrating for kids who are not understanding how to read right away, just straight out of the gate. So basically, these are based on word sentences on the page. They're also predictable. So one of the things that we really want to get kids away from is guessing. Good readers, they have scientifically proven, they never guess. They actually don't guess at words almost ever. So what happens is if you have a book that says, the cat jumps, and then there's a picture of the cat on the right, and then you turn the page and it says, the frog jumps, and there's a picture of the frog, and then, you know, it goes on, and each page has a different animal, or maybe a person, or what have you. And what's happening is teachers are encouraging the children to guess at what that changing word would be. And the way that they can guess is by looking at the picture. And what happens is that it creates these neural pathways that say, oh, reading is about guessing. So if I come across an unfamiliar word, I can look at the picture, or I can see the first letter and I can guess. The problem with that is, of course, very quickly, there are many, many books that don't have pictures, or the pictures can be interpreted in different ways, or the pictures have nothing to do with that section of what they're reading. So children learn that, oh, reading is easy. It's about guessing. And one thing that kids are fantastic at is guessing. So they get really excited and think, I know how to read because I know how to guess. And unfortunately, that is just not true. And when they take the next step, they become very quickly frustrated. And it actually frustrates them because if you want to learn how to be a good reader, it actually takes a lot of really hard work, and the guessing is just so much better. A lot of people might say, oh, but I heard my school has phonics now, you know, that the trend is shifting and that things are changing. The problem with this is that a lot of curriculum that is out there right now, they just do a sprinkling of phonics. So they might do 80% of this 3 cueing system, Fontes Pinnell, type of reading. And then they have a couple of little lessons in phonics, but it's not comprehensive and it doesn't go in a systematic way. So there's no building on the learning. And it really will not work for most kids. Oh, sorry, and just one other thing, that phonics is not actually structured literacy. There's much more to structured literacy than just phonics alone. But I wanted to show you, because some people, you know, might not know this at all. This might be really, really new to them, but the English language actually has rules. Many people think, oh, there's just no rules to the English language, but that's really not true. They found that there actually are many, many patterns, and these are teachable patterns, much in the same way that you can teach a new language. You can actually teach the patterns of the English language. So when I say CVC, this is consonant, vowel, consonant, like cat, C, consonant, A, vowel, T, cat. And there's many more. You'll see the silent E one on the end, and then there's CVVC. And as you start to learn these, you can actually, I started seeing them all over now. Now I can't see anything else but CVC and all of these. So the phonics sprinkled in approach, one of the reasons that this is such a dangerous way of approaching reading is that unless you know comprehensively, then it can be very confusing. So one of the things, I give an example here that actually happened with my own son. A lot of times teachers will teach that ED at the end of a word makes the ed sound. So an ending is ed, and I know my son learned ed as the ending. And so that is a good part, that is true. But actually, the phonemic awareness of the sound ed is a little bit different in different words. So if you're doing deep structured literacy, you may come across a word like limited, which is ed at the end, limited. So you recognize ed. But then there's a word like cornered, which really just makes the d noise. So that's a phonological awareness of the sound d at the end. And then there's a word like skipped. Now skipped has ed at the end, but it really makes the t noise. So when you actually read a grapheme that says ed, the phoneme that goes with it, so the sound, so the grapheme is the letters, the phoneme, the sound might be ed, but it also might be d or t. So you wouldn't spell the word skipped, S-K-I-P-T, which is how my son would spell it because he hears T, if you really deeply knew that an ending might also be ed for those phonemes. So that's like a small example. I hope that's not too technical, but it's just one of the ways that we can systematically teach this. And now you might think that me teaching it is a bit boring, but really kids don't find it boring, because what happens is as they're learning it, they are actually reading and they become deeply empowered. And so grown-ups might find it boring, but children do not. The other thing that I really want to note is some kids do this really fast. They get it right away, and they go through it very quickly. And that's good. It just means that they have a more fundamental and sound knowledge and understanding of the English language. So it doesn't mean that we wouldn't have differentiated instruction, even if we were teaching this systematic and explicit way. You know, one of the things I really want to emphasize is this is not your teacher's fault. And in fact, it's probably not your principal's fault either. Principals are often teachers beforehand, and I have a dear friend who has a double master's degree in teaching, one in special education, and she never encountered the science of reading in either of her 2 courses of training. Graduate programs and teacher training schools, they are not required to teach this. In fact, they're not really required to teach how to teach reading at all. And that is one of the biggest problems that we're facing right now. So please don't take it out on your teacher, but it doesn't mean that you can't educate your teacher if you start to learn a little bit more about this. And it's one of the things that I think we really need to do. Again, I really want to share some good news. Scientists actually know how the brain works to develop these reading skills. They've done a lot of research. There are literally over 4 decades of knowledge about how this actually works in the brain, and now they can actually map it. They know what to teach. I won't go into great detail on this, but it's really been confirmed over and over and over again how we can teach this. I'm sorry, what to teach, and actually they know how to teach it too. They know it needs to be explicit, it needs to be systematic, and it needs to be sequential, especially in these younger years, K through 3. So that is good news. We know what works. And then some of you might be thinking, well, what about writing? And there is a science of writing as well. And in fact, one of the most interesting things that I found is that they're really learning that reading and writing are absolutely related, and they weave together. So as students learn to decode, they also should be learning to encode, which is to spell. And that writing should be taught by breaking down the instruction into the smallest unit, which is the sentence. So before you go on to paragraphs and multi-paragraph essays, there really needs to be deep, deep, deep teaching on the sentence level. In fact, you shouldn't go beyond the sentence level for a very long time. If you read Judith Hochman and the Writing Revolution, she pioneered this approach after doing in-depth study of actually reading instruction. She found that the writing instruction reinforces the reading. That if a child learns and understands how writing is structured, then their reading actually gets better. So they understand that the topic sentence is going to be the most important sentence. And when they're reading, they realize, oh, I better focus right here on this. This is going to be the most important. So they really inform each other. They go together. Whoops. Sorry. So what happens to kids when they don't learn to read? I think this is something that we all really understand. But I just want to let you know that it's scientifically backed up, that children enter school wanting to do well. Pretty much almost all of them do. But without the right instruction and outside support, really 65% of those kids will often fall behind. And the gap gets worse over time, as we said, the Matthew effect. This affects students in poverty and students with disabilities, children of color more. It's a greater effect. And focusing on the younger grades can have an enormous beneficial impact. And I just want to take out, this is the Yale ruler chart, which many of you may have seen in your kids' classrooms. So on the right is the yellow, that's like the high energy, that's like the super, super happy, and the low energy, but still happy is the green, so you're kind of mellow. But I want to focus a little bit on the left side. So if you're not learning to read and you're seeing other people around you learning to read, and you know that this reading thing, when it comes to school, is pretty important because they keep talking about it. And every day that you go to school, you realize like that you are not doing this. You quickly get into this left side of the chart. The thing that to me is very interesting, oftentimes we think of people who are in a bad place as blue or sad, but that is only if you have low energy. If you're a high energy kid and you're in a bad place, you're red, which can be aggressiveness, anger, acting out, suspensions, expulsions. So if you're not learning to read and you're high energy, you're quickly getting into this red zone. And as we all know, that is not tolerable in school. That's not interesting to anybody else who is trying to learn. So we know the effects of not learning, teaching children to read the correct way. So where does this fit into equity and excellence for all? One of the things that actually, I believe it was Michigan, just had a lawsuit, and it may have been overturned, but it doesn't matter because they got one ruling in their favor. Learning to read is a fundamental right. And there are going to be many lawsuits about this, but I believe it's true. I put it on here because I think it's really important to say. We know that marginalized communities, in particular Black students, have a long history of being prevented from learning to read explicitly by white people. Other institutional systems of oppression also contribute to prevention of skilled reading without the science of reading in play. And many children who manage skilled reading on the other side do have socioeconomic advantages, such as a parent who has attained higher education and or access to resources not available to all. So even though they may be in that green zone that can get the broad brush, they understand it right away, or even at the higher end of the orange zone, there are lots of advantages that can push them up higher. And while many students in District 2 do learn to read well, it is in spite of the way that they are taught. And one of the things that I came across that that stuck out in my mind so starkly is that they did a study on really high excellent readers, excuse me. And one of the things they found is that without this explicit instruction, even very high functioning readers could not sound out long, complicated words. And this is a trend that came about in the 70s when this sort of split happened between sort of the science of reading that we know now. Of course, they didn't know then, but and this more emphasis on just comprehension. So kids started not being able to sound out long words, even if they really were skilled readers. So I find that sort of interesting. But this, I made this sort of stool to see where this science of reading sort of fits into equity and excellence for all. And I believe that there are some legs to this stool: the small class size, intentionally integrated schools, CRSE and implicit bias training, and then the science of reading. I think that these all go together, and you really can't take one away without the other, that we really need all of them in order to be able to have a child really step on this stool and get to where they are going. But conversely, can this help all children? Because that's what we want to do. We want to help all children. And this, you know, is a very exciting thing that we have a lot of good readers in District 2. But I think that there is some frustration that, you know, spelling isn't as good and that the writing is, you know, I hear lots of parents with consternation about these structured sort of skills-based areas, and even with our strong learners. So with this structured literacy, all readers improve. They have a better fundamental understanding of the English language. Spelling is improved, reading aloud is more fluent, vocabulary is easier to learn, and writing is more structurally sound. I often talk about the fact that this Orton-Gillingham and structured reading, I believe it's like pre-Latin. It really looks at the base of words, and it's a really incredible type of instruction. So what can we do? Because I don't want to just throw this out here and say, oh my gosh, one more thing to pull my hair out about. I believe that there are things that we can do. And I think actually now is the time to do it. Yes, these things cost money, but we are spending money. And I think now is actually the time that we need more than ever to spend our dollars wisely. Every dollar is going to count, and we need to make it count and go as far as it possibly can. So I believe that all principals, teachers, SLTs, and parents should be explicitly taught about the science of reading. We need to really advocate and call it like it is. Balanced literacy is not balanced, and it must go. It can come in the later grades. You know, comprehension is obviously very, very important, but in the early grades and for kids struggling to read, we really mustn't use balance of literacy anymore. We have to use the science of reading. And we really have to empower schools to implement this explicit, systematic, structured approach to reading and writing, because a lot of times we forget about the writing piece. Professional development is essential. These precious dollars should not be spent perpetuating reading systems that do not work for all students. So I plan to introduce a resolution in September. And so I did include a further reading page. So if you're interested in knowing more, please email me at cecd2.net. I have a mailing list, a group that right now is quite focused on dyslexia, but we go deeply in, or not dyslexia, all different types of disabilities, but the science of reading really helps all children with disabilities, frankly. So you can join that if you'd like. And then I'm happy to email this out and post this reading list and podcast list on the CECD2 website. But really, At a Loss for Words and What the Words Say by Emily Hamford is a fantastic place to start if you're looking for something to look for. So that is my presentation. I'm happy to take questions if we have time. I hope I didn't overtalk my...
I have some questions.
Okay.
You spoke for a very long time.
Yep.
A very long time in our meeting. You said scientifically proven several times, numerous times throughout that presentation. You said that you're not a scientist. You didn't cite a single scientist. Okay? Just to let you know. Now, how much money would this program cost? You said it would cost a lot of money, and the state is cutting our budget. How much money would this cost?
So that's a great question, Tom. So basically, it's not a program per se. This is a way of teaching students based on explicit and direct teaching of the English language. So it would require professional development. But we currently also, and now I know that professional development budgets are being cut. I find that terribly unfortunate because one thing we know from speaking to any teacher that professional development is one of the most important things that they do. However, there is a woman named Esther Klein-Friedman who worked at the DOE for a very long time. She has just retired, but I believe that there is somebody who took her place who does free professional development in the science of reading at the DOE currently. And then I believe that we can do more.
Okay. I don't know if that was an answer, but how much money do we spend on anti-racism training?
Emily, can you do me a favor and exit the shared screen?
Yes,
We're going to make sure that we have room for questions from everybody who may have them. I will start with any other. Tom, we heard you now. Any other?
No, she spoke for half an hour. I can't ask any reasonable questions?
Yes, you just did ask a question. I'm going to let other council.
I'm not finished,
questions
but go ahead.
I could support with the answering of questions if necessary. For example, the last several questions that were asked, I can contribute some information about what we do in our district schools.
Just before we go into questions, I do want to say that I have found Donalda Chumney, our superintendent, to be an incredible partner in this work. This is something that she has a background in and understands in ways that actually were really exciting and enlightening for me. And she has done work in this area. So I would love for any, obviously I don't control the DOE budget and but I know this is out there and I know that we should be advocating for it. And so I wanted to present this before I present my resolution so that people could have, a month to sort of, if they wanted to brush up all of the reading lists that I have there, except for the top two, they are all scientists, and most of the 90% of the information that I quoted is in there. So
90%.
Donalda, we'll go to you.
Sure. I just, Tom, I wanted to address your questions because I think that a few of them are really pertinent to the work that we've done for the past year, specifically in our integration preparation work and our culturally responsive and sustaining practices work. So we've had a cohort of 12 schools that are exploring these explicit instruction and phonemic awareness, the Orton-Gillingham-based methods. for the past school year. And the person who used to lead academic intervention services that Emily mentioned just a second ago, Esther Klein-Friedman, was our partner for the fall, even after her retirement. And Jason Borges, the person, one of the presenters at our last community engagement session for the New York State Integration Project, was the person who was leading our district's teachers, about 100 of them, and 12 principals through a cohort of learning about early reading. And the work that we've done in our district thus far with early reading has been really extraordinarily impactful for specifically the 20% of students that we know face reading challenges immediately upon being presented with instruction due to some pieces of potentially language-based learning disabilities. And it's once teachers have the training that they need to be able to encounter students and support them through this type of work, and the research-based methodology that they need to be effective in small group sizes, as Emily was talking about, as well as a sequenced explicit curriculum, students can meet with extraordinary success. There are a huge range of programs. We specifically have delved deeply into 4 or 5 of them where school leaders have acquired the kits. The kits are these sort of instructional materials, and we've paid for them through our NICEP funds because this is so much a big equity piece for us. And the kits are ranging between $350 and $500 for the schools each. And so that provides a teacher, or depending on the type of kit, a great team of teachers with the resources needed to execute the model. Coming up into next school year, we need to make across these 200 schools would have been referred. We see that 33% of kids, our suspension rate has dropped 33% this year. And we attribute a lot of that work to our early reading work, not just in grades K to 2. We also have folks from middle schools who are part of this literacy learning cohort as well, because as a former teacher, I can attest that language-based learning disabilities and reading difficulties present very differently in middle school, and they present as misbehavior typically and task avoidance. And so for the middle school practitioners that are part of this group, they really are in the midst of saving kids' literal and academic lives and future lives, because reading is such an essential part of high school success, gaining employment, feeling confident, feeling productive, feeling a member of the group. So this work has to continue for next year. And so we're figuring out ways that it can be funded. Hopefully, if we are to receive the NICEP Phase 3 grant, we would like to have compensation set aside for teachers to have small groups after school where we can maintain fidelity to the models, specifically like group sizes of 6 or 8 as prescribed according to the evidence-based practice, so that our specific students across District 2 schools can get the instruction that they need. So the actual materials, relatively inexpensive. The teacher training component is the more expensive part, and that's the part that we previously used NICEP funds to pay for, and that we would like to use NICEP funds to pay for in the future, as this is such a key part of our equity work. Before I stop filibustering, I just want to say thank you to Emily, because she's done such an extraordinary amount of work around this issue. She is a constant, researcher, advocate, partner, collaborator, always seeking to make a space for opportunity for kids with early literacy. And she's been such an incredible resource for parents and an incredible partner for our district team. I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question? You said a lot of information. I'm just trying to digest it. It was very helpful. Thank you. How much money does the DOE spend on anti-racism training? Because it's tied, right?
That I do not, the Office of Equity and Access Funding and the implicit bias training, I don't have a number for. I'm sorry.
Is there, no, don't be sorry. It's okay. Is there a way we can get a number on that?
Sure, I can do the research on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one quick note on that. When all of this ends up on Twitter, right? And an account named Paradigm Time LLC tweeted to me, so you have a black girlfriend, and that makes you what at
I'm going to interrupt you here.
No, you may not interrupt me. These people talked for half an hour. I'm going to finish saying what this anti-racism.
I am going to. Hey, Tom, I am the president of this. The Robert's Rules of Orders of how we run these meetings are very clear. I am the president of this council, and we are going to follow our agenda, and we are going to move along. Emily Hellstrom asked me over 2 months ago if she could do this presentation and discussed with me that she wanted to present a resolution but thought that it was so information heavy that it would be helpful for fellow council members and other parents to hear a presentation about this information before a resolution was presented. That is enormously respectful to both fellow council members like myself, all of us, and to the parents of our district who, when they are presented with resolutions, should have those resolutions in front of them in writing and should have any necessary information that they need to give meaningful consideration and meaningful comment to those resolutions. I will second what Superintendent Chumney just said to Emily Hellstrom about her overall work with regard to Students with Disabilities Committee and about this very insightful presentation. And thank you for it, Emily. I acknowledge the work that went into it and I thank you for it. I will also say this, Tom, to you. There is a lot of information that's publicly available about what the DOE spends. And this is a District 2 CEC. We can help each other to find information that's publicly available, but I do not think it is a good idea to use our meetings to make broad general questions about budgetary issues that are actually, which we can find information for. So I am going to ask other council members if they have questions or comments about Emily's presentation, which was noticed and on our agenda at this point. I am not going to give you the floor to discuss Twitter concerns, Tom. I am going
to related.
I am going to give the floor to any other council members who wish to address Emily or Superintendent Chumney with regard to the noticed presentation that was on our agenda. Any other council members?
I have a question.
Yes, Robin.
Emily, Superintendent Chumney, either of you, if you could just speak to anecdotal sense you have about like receptivity amongst educators and principals in the districts to this approach, if you have a sense of how much, traditionally as a district, we've been very like TC heavy. And so, and I don't want to like indict any individual school or principal or educator, but just, do you think that there's like a demonstrated interest in it? Do you think it's a hard transition? I remember a few years ago when everyone got like, very upset about Turk and parents were getting like, in the weeds on different math curricula. And do you see like, is there a way to kind of take a lesson from that transition and make this something that there's, buy-in and like a smoother transition?
I know that Donalda, you'll have information, deep granular level. I know that as teachers started to know that I was working on this and doing students with disabilities, I would say I get at least 2 teachers a month who pass me, parents who they cannot help teach their children to read and they need more information. Many teachers don't know that this even exists, but they are fairly desperate to teach their their students to read. So when they find out that there are ways, many teachers sort of go deep down into that rabbit hole because it's very, very exciting, and because there's so much science behind it, and because the Teachers College, there's a wonderful, Emily Hamford is this incredible reporter who goes deep into depth about Teachers College and Readers and Writers workshops and reviews them and shows like they're beautifully packaged. They have so many good things in them, but they don't ever go into depth on how to actually get into the nuts and bolts of teaching children to read. So every teacher that I encounter who encounters this is very excited by it.
You know what, I'd like to say one thing off of the topic of the presentation, which is that I see we have a hand up. And so I think what we did not do at the start of our meeting is explain for those who may be new to the meeting how the public speaking session works. We have a public speaking session coming up next, but Ushma, if you could please address folks with regard to how they can sign up for public speaking, I would appreciate it.
Sure. There is a video screen up that's entitled Speaker List. At the top of that is a tiny URL that you can go to where you can fill out a Google form. I have a screen with everybody's name, every single person who has so far signed up to speak. I've got a second page, I've got a third page, and then I have with all of the people, and then I have a final, fourth page. So anybody else that would like to sign up to speak, I'm trying to keep track of everybody. If you want to speak, please sign up at this tiny URL. As we put up the second and third pages, it will be at the top as well, again and again and again. Okay, so please keep in mind all of this stuff. I'm going to cross people off. If we skip you, we will keep track of all of this. If you raise your hand and I see you, I will add you to the very end of it, the end of this list. Okay, if you haven't already signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you, Ushma. So the way to sign up for the public speakers to sign up through that URL. So any other questions for Emily Hellstrom, who is the chair of our Students with Disabilities Committee?
Yes, I have a question. I have a question for Emily.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, you stated that the use of this method in the earlier grades would have an enormous beneficial effect on the students, especially Black and Latino students. Now, is it your opinion that if we employ this method, that we will see the performance of these students, presumably in the elementary schools and the middle schools, the performance of these students on state exams go up or improve? Is that your position?
That is my position. I would say that, like Tom said, I'm not a scientist, but I have done now an incredibly dense amount of reading on this topic. And it's not just my opinion. The scientists have studied it, and they see that it works. And there are many, many reasons why students of color struggle to read, but and as I said, the reason that I have the slide that says where does this fit into equity and excellence for all, you know, one of the things that we know is a mere 2 generations ago, in the Bronx and Harlem, Black students were going to school half of a day of school. They were desperate to get a full day of school. So our track record of literally keeping Black students from reading is long and deep. And so really, you know, all of these reasons compound upon each other. But they have shown that actually, as I said, all students learn this way. Everyone who learns to read learns this way. The map in the brain is the same. The pathway is the same. There are reasons why the neural passageways are more quickly formed for students that have more resources, but they form them the same way.
So students with more resources may get this service outside of school, tutoring.
Outside of school, but also they may be in, I mean, there are some, you know, as I said, that top of the reading ladder, that 5%, that is going to be kids who, you know, who just, well, for whatever reason, it happens. The 30%, they might just need a broad brush. But also that 30% who needs a broad brush might be catapulted up into a 5% situation by then being able to have access to books at home, having parents, you know, it doesn't take away all of the other things that we know make good skilled readers. It just means that when they're actually learning to read, they only need broad instruction. But 65% of children, whether they're high income, low income, no matter what, 65% of children need this systematic approach to learning to read.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on to our first public session, are there any other?
Yes, I'd like to ask Emily a question.
Is that Ben?
Well, yes, a lot of what you recently brought up, or what you brought up today, I had read before in one book in particular, The Knowledge Gap by Natalie Wexler. Are you familiar with that? She, I would say she would agree with you on a lot of the points you made today. The one thing though you have missing is, which is the premise of her book, is the knowledge gap. One, I'd like to know what your view is on knowledge content.
Absolutely. So I tried to touch on it a little, Ben. I absolutely know her book, and she's really an amazing researcher. And that was kind of what I was getting at with the Matthew effect, which is there is content knowledge that propels the reading. And what happens is if you know how to decode well, then your knowledge of your content knowledge can add to it because you're gaining content knowledge and you're also bringing it, which is why on that equity and excellence slide, I very much point to the fact that if you have higher resources or the ability to have outside content knowledge, I mean, there's lots of things that talk about how if you do a test for children on cricket in America and baseball in Australia, kids do very poorly on those tests, even if they can read well. Whereas if you flip it, even if they can't read well, they actually can do better. But that only takes you so far, because a lot of times what we're reading, right, is things that we don't know the content, like we don't know what we're reading. So you're having to fill in. If you can decode well, if you are a skilled decoder, then content knowledge goes in a lot faster, a lot more, and again, it's exponentially compounding on itself. So you're absolutely right, and her book is fantastic. It's just that it starts with decoding, and really they've shown that if after first grade you are not a skilled reader, your chances of becoming a skilled reader are very low. First grade.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the first public session at this point, and so we'll start with our first, and actually.
Oh, hey, Maude, should we introduce the resolutions? I don't know if that's where you were headed before people speak, just so they know.
So on the agenda that was circulated, presentation and discussion of resolutions comes later. I'm following the, this current agenda follows the proposed agenda from the DOE template, which is on the proposed bylaw changes we have, but it's also on the agenda that was circulated. So we're going to move to the first public speaking session. And the first speaker is Lupe Hernandez. So, and I don't know, Ben Silverman, are you my partner on unmuting?
I will be your partner.
All right, I just unmuted Lupe Hernandez.
Maude, did you that Councilmember Epstein has joined the call as well?
Oh, okay. Lupe, since I unmuted you, we'll have you speak first, and then we'll go to Assemblymember Epstein.
Okay. If you want Epstein to go first, but it's up to you.
No, Luke, you go.
Be our first speaker.
All right. Thank you so much. Before I address some of the questions and concerns I had submitted for this particular meeting tonight, I did want to at least address Emily, because I've been following you and the bill. I wanted to ask you in regards to the bill that I went to the last CEC, hold on, so sorry. CEC D2 meeting back in March, right before the shutdown, actually. And if there's been any progress in that, because I myself have a son that's on the autism spectrum. He is high functioning, but has, at this point, severe learning, disabilities that have not been able to be diagnosed regarding dyslexia. We've been concerned with that. That's something we've brought up since he was younger. And because there's no real way to evaluate for that, even though he's had evaluations every year, and we bring up these type of concerns, the school is not able to address them. And he is in a public school ICT setting in District 2 that I'm sure his teachers would love to help, because he's going into the 2nd grade. He was already behind going in the 1st grade. With this remote learning, it really just put him further behind, which kind of raises a lot of my concerns coming that I'm going to be raising later. But I did want to at least ask you, Emily, how that bill was going, and I'm really happy about the resolution you're presenting, honestly, as a parent of a child with disability, that this will help tremendously, I think.
So thank you so much, Debate. And, we have been checking in with the assembly members. They had a big agenda of things that they wanted to pass. One thing that did pass that we're very, very excited about is screening for incarcerated people, screening for dyslexia for incarcerated people.
Well, that's great. Yeah.
So
that is amazing.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
But yes, we're still pushing on some of these other deeply, deeply important bills that will affect so many students. So we continue to work on that.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. As far as my concerns coming for the new fall school year, as I'm sure everybody, the lack of clarity with a lot of the, planning that's kind of going day by day, minute by minute. I feel like special education, and Emily, I'm sure you can attest to this, has been kind of fallen by the wayside when it comes to anything that's really known. And I don't know, I know I've been wanting to propose to our district for some time regarding more special education classrooms, smaller classrooms, that being that ICT just, it's working, but they're pretty large in itself. And I know in our particular school, PS 234, we have the space to hold more NEST programs, or just 1213 programs that I think are really needed downtown, because in all honesty, the lack of those type of programs in District 2 in the lower Manhattan area is pretty non-existent, aside from one public school, I think, on the east side. And with this COVID experience and remote going on, I think our biggest concern is, one, having a para inside the classroom. My son has a one-on-one 100% para, who I can't get a clear indication on whether or not this para is going to be able to intervene with my son should he, in his autistic state, become impulsive with whether it's not keeping the mask on, or touching a friend, or getting too close to another friend. Is his para going to be able to do what their purpose is in being with them as an aid for him in the classroom? As well as safety and health, I have considered 100% remote, but I can't get a clear indication on whether my son will be in a small one-to-one remote setting, because when it came to the virtual learning with so many children online, it is very distracting to him. It is hard for him to engage and participate. And I don't know if he's going to get a one-to-one, or at least a 1 to 2 students in a small group. I don't know what you guys are able to do as a council. And I know this is an issue beyond just District 2, but as a parent of a District 2, and I do attend your guys' meetings often, that I thought, can I present them to you and see what we can expect, or what we're doing for the children with disabilities that are kind of not being addressed. It's aside from everything else that we don't know about.
Ms. Hernandez, I'm going to make an exception and then just tell folks, thank you for both of your comments and issues that you raised, because they're both important. I also found it slightly hypnotic to watch you moving what I think is a stroller over there.
Sorry. Sorry. Yes, yes.
It's relaxing to watch you do it as I listen to you. But I hope you get that little one to sleep for a good long sleep tonight.
Yes.
So, but I will
Thank
say
you.
this, I will remind our future speakers, and I didn't want to cut off Ms. Hernandez, but I will remind future speakers that we have a 2-minute limit. We do seem to have a lot of speakers and we want to get through to people. And going forward, we're going to have, folks are just going to have their public comment and we're not going to have people respond. But I know our superintendent does have a lot of information about the special needs, and it's such an important topic that speaks to so many parents in our district that I am going to ask her to address your specific concerns, Ms. Hernandez.
So if I can just chime in.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
If I can just chime in, if you're on the speaker list, the only way we can find you is if you give us the same name that you've signed in under. So for example, I'm looking for one person right now, and I don't know who that is because I can't find the last name. So if you're going to sign up, just please make sure that you've signed up under the name that your screen name appears on. And also, Maud, I don't know, we have something listed as a website signed up to speak. I don't know. So I don't know.
No. That you mean the Share My PEBT?
Yeah.
No. That's just Sushma giving. That's information for parents if they want to share their EBT benefits.
Okay. It looked like Share My Debt. I was trying to figure out what that was.
That would be great if we could.
I just Googled it. It's a credit card thing. I'm like, oh my God. Okay. All right. Thank you. So I guess we're going to go to Assemblyman Epstein.
No. I'm going to let Donalda address Ms. Hernandez, and then
sorry.
we're going to go to Assemblymember Epstein.
Sorry.
Thank you for the laugh, Lynn. That was really funny for a moment there. Ms. Hernandez, thank you for sharing your concerns so openly. I wrote down that you're from PS 234, and I was on correspondence today with your principal and another family regarding the assignment of a one-to-one paraprofessional for another child. And so I know that she can also be in touch with you about your son's assignment and making sure that you fully know what to expect. And there are specific protocols in place for one-to-one paraprofessionals that she can share with you that are significantly different. And we also know, as a matter of course, that for younger students, our social distancing practices have to be adjusted, and the DOE guidance explicitly speaks to that. And so she'll be able to take that up with you, and I will make sure that I connect you both. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thank you. I will now, Assemblymember Epstein, I think you were previously unmuted, so the floor is.
Yeah, thank you, Maud, and thank you all for taking a minute. I just two quick things I wanted to let people know about, because over the next month things might really change. One is this, for people know, on the issues of disabilities, the Assembly has a task force for people with disabilities. And so if there are things that are going out that are going into the state legislature, I hope that you CC the task force. Kim Hill is our staffer on the task force. It'd be great that we have that information. Second of all, I know we've been pushing, and Assemblywoman Simon and I and Assemblymember Carroll have been pushing really important legislation. I know you've talked about it, and your superintendent's been really amazing on this issue, and early testing, as we know, is so critical. But the last thing I just want to say is the budget is a mess, as people know, and I would hope that people over the next couple days, if not weeks, will know that if the federal dollars don't come through, and it looks like that they won't come through, and even if they do, the governor is now doing across-the-board cuts for nonprofit social service agencies, and if those cuts go through and when we see these 20% cuts across the board, everything we're talking about is going to be decimated by the state budget, billions of dollars that are going to go away in our $180 billion budget. And the whole will be, it'll be irreparable for things that we care about and that we're talking about here around education. So the message is we need to figure out new revenue sources, both the Assembly and the Senate has proposed revenue raisers to make sure that we don't have these serious cuts. And a 20% cut to education would mean billions of dollars to New York City budget just alone. We talk about layoffs now with a 20% cut. We're not going to have paras in classes anymore because there will be no resources for them. And so I don't mean to be depressing or negative on a day like today, but I would encourage you all to reach out to your state representatives and to the governor, more importantly, to say cuts are unacceptable and that we need revenue. Because if we do the cuts that he is proposing as they're going forward today, I'm just not sure how our state is going to survive. So not to be depressing, but just to be honest with people, I really encourage people to act and act soon. And I hope everyone enjoys the warm August. I know it's been hot for all of us, but I think this is a critical juncture in our city's future. Thank you.
Hey, I have a question for you, Assemblymember Epstein. So I'm a tax attorney, and I just want to know your thoughts on this. So we did push back due dates for estimated payments, right?
Speaker session, and we don't have a question and answer session with.
We don't. I can't speak at all during this meeting, can I?
In none of our
Assembly members can, other people can, I cannot. I'm asking this Assembly member a question related to what he just said.
The rules of procedure of our council, and we do not have questions asked of our public speakers.
I'll email him, thanks. That's my website. You can check it out, ccd2.info.
Rachel Gloob is our next speaker.
Rachel, there's two different Rachels. I can't figure out who that is. So if Rachel wants to come back later,
Rachel Gloob, please.
We'll do that later, but I guess we'll move on to Robert Osborne.
Okay, Robert Osborne.
Hello. Hi, my name is Bob Osborne. I'm the father of a rising ninth grade student. First, I wanted to just take a moment to thank all the CEC members and Superintendent Chumney. I don't know all the work you've done around the school opening, but I'm sure there's been a lot, and I know you're all working hard to make sure we have a safe and smooth reopening of our schools. So I just wanted to thank you all for that and just say that that's appreciated. I do want to continue to urge us all to take the opportunity the current situation has provided us and use it to abolish screens. For those of you who support screens, whatever your intentions, as they're currently used, they result in some children systematically having less access than others. This is inherently unfair in a public school system and a system that by its very nature has a moral imperative to serve all children equally. We all want our children to have the best education possible, but that should not be at the expense of other children. The rest of the country operates just fine without screens, and there's no reason that District 2 in New York City can't be the same. So thank you.
He profits off of education, by the way.
Our next speaker, please, Len Silverman.
Next, we have Nadia Levy.
Hi.
Nadia, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm Nadia Levy. I'm usually here at the CEC meetings for as part of the French Dual Language Initiative, but this time I'm actually speaking about my other child's school, which is PS 290, Manhattan New School. But essentially, I'm part of the PTA effort to create that created a petition and has tried to procure a full-time nurse for our school. The petition presently has actually over 800 signatures. There have been articles written in the New York Post and the New York Times pertaining to the issue, and Councilman Ben Kalos has been speaking to the DOE regarding this plight. But we need more pressure on the DOE for this issue because in this climate, in this COVID climate, a per diem nurse would be basically a constant revolving door of risk entering our school daily and potentially contaminating children who maybe already have conditions that require seeing a school nurse. So I don't know. I believe there's also some liability reasons why the DOE may need to pay attention to this. But I don't know. I think we need to put more pressure on them. But let me be clear. This is not just an important issue for our school. I think it's an extremely important issue for all the 10 to 20% of schools in the New York City public school system that are lacking a full-time school nurse. It's not just our school, it's across the board. Yeah.
Thank you. I can unmute Rachel Gloob, who's
thank you.
Thank you.
RG. Rachel, you are unmuted.
Great, thank you. Sorry for the technical problems. Good evening. I hope all you and your families are safe and healthy. Thank you to everyone for the hard work that you've done on behalf of our children. I have spoken with many families within our district, and here I have put together some questions that I've heard from people over the past few weeks. Number one, for those of us choosing 100% distance learning, we would strongly prefer to be assigned to teachers from our schools. When will families be notified of their pod assignments? Will there be a consistent date for the entire system, or will it vary by school? Second, when we receive our pod assignments, can families receive contact information for other families in their pods? I understand there are legal complications of doing so, but I would like to point out that it is particularly challenging for middle school parents to connect with other parents, and especially in this model, in a virtual environment. Third, many parents are concerned about their children's mental health. There is increasing uncertainty, anxiety, fears, and in some cases, trauma and grief. Considering the school day is shortened and the budget cuts reduce the number of staff members in each school, how will school personnel meet the increased need for mental health support? If a child's emotional needs are not cared for, then academic learning is compromised. And finally, for the students we are most worried about, can we be generous and allow them to stay after school in the school building to receive extra support? Or perhaps if there is capacity, can we offer the school building as a safe and welcoming location for their remote learning on the days when they're technically supposed to be at home doing distance learning? Thank you.
So our next speaker is Ms. Clark, and the reason why Maud picked me is so if I butcher someone's name, I get in trouble. So that's Kiana Clark. Kiana, you're unmuted.
There we go. Hi there. It's Kana Clark.
Kana.
It was a good try. It was a good try. I appreciate it. It's not the first time. So yeah, hi, my name is Kana Clark. I have two middle school students, a rising middle school student, and one who's going into 8th grade in District 2. And I attended the information sessions that both of their schools did this week, actually. And I mean, I have, like everybody, a lot of concerns, but what I'm really concerned about for all of our kids, especially the most vulnerable, is the lack of focus on an investment in the remote learning piece. Because even the kids who are, even the families that are choosing the hybrid model and are going to be in the buildings, even those families will be remote learning for the majority of the time as well, because it's less time in the buildings. And so I'm just wondering if there's focus being put on that remote learning piece that I don't know about, or that I haven't heard about. I mean, one of our schools actually told us that this piece is what they have received the least amount of information about from the DOE, which was very concerning. And, it leaves a lot of families who are able to set up their own outside of school learning pods and hiring teachers and, and it's clear how that is going to exacerbate the already, deep inequities that exist in our system. So my question really is how can you as a council and we as a district support quality, equitable remote learning? And that has to start with people actually having devices in their hands and then having a connection, an internet connection. So I guess that's really my big question is who is helping with that? How can we help with that? And are there going to be hotspots? Is DOE or the city providing hotspots or ways to connect? And I also heard something disturbing that the DOE is no longer distributing devices. I heard that today. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard, and leaving it to individual schools. So how do we help our individual schools do that? How do we help people connect? How do we help make this divide not bigger?
Thank you, Kana. And what I will say is this, if there are we're going to go on to our next speaker, but the superintendent's report is upcoming, and maybe Superintendent Chumney, you could jot down a few things. If there are some answers that you do have for the various speakers, we can get to it all together at one time, because that way we can get through our speakers list and get some of these important questions answered. So our next speaker, please.
We have Allison Gutstein.
Hi, my name is Allison Gutstein, a parent of a rising 5th and 8th grader who attend schools in District 2. And I am speaking in support of eliminating discriminatory screens for NYC middle school and high schools, and to replace the screens with an equity-driven admissions method. I cannot stand in support of a system that discriminates by using academic screenings to segregate our children. In reference to some who have called out members of the CEC who send their children to screen schools, I ask this: doesn't it speak to their credibility that the people who are supposedly benefiting from the system are fighting to change it? And it raises the question, why are you opposing change to a system that has led to such a segregated and inequitable school system?
You're a hypocrite.
Thank you. We'll have our next speaker, please.
We have Michael E.
I don't think that we should be able to comment and call members of the public anything.
I think I should be able to talk, and I'm silenced constantly, and you talk for half an hour at a time.
Tom, Emily and Tom.
Wait a second.
Comment towards each
You can't talk during public session, Tom. You can talk afterwards, but you can't talk during this. That's the law.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Hey, Michael E., you're unmuted.
Okay, thanks. Hi. I'm a parent of a rising 5th grader, and I wanted to say a few things about equity, but right now I'm mostly concerned about the school reopening, extremely concerned. I echo Kana's concerns. I feel like everyone I've spoken to that knows how blended learning is currently constituted feels like it's a boondoggle, that the teachers are expected first to teach full-time in the classroom, and then in turn somehow are going to be teaching full-time a half to 2/3 of the students. It's sort of mysterious. They're going to have to ignore them. And they're not going to probably also have time to prepare this remote learning. So I just think that this is an extreme concern. There's a whole range of other concerns, from school safety to potential equity issues of schools that can't sort of meet the requirements of safe indoor air and other things that we need for this. So I think there's a whole range of issues, and I hope that parent leaders on this call, in this group, will think about really looking closely at this and perhaps calling the DOE to account, like what is really going to happen. We need, let's say we close 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in, what's remote learning going to look like? It really seems like it hasn't been prepared properly, and that we're in a potentially really tough situation. I think that Emily's talk gave us a very clear sense, and other things that people have said. It's really essential that kids be in school, especially the most challenged kids. But first of all, we also heard that there's going to be potentially not, I was actually heartened by what Donalda said, that they're talking about changing sort of some of the standards for the youngest kids and making it easier. At the same time, what does that mean for safety? So I think if we're looking at safe schools and safe families, that should come first. And I personally think we should have a really great remote plan in place, start with that, and then open in phases as you know for sure that these schools are going to be safe. Thank you.
So I cannot find Natasha, so I think we're going to go to Taj Sutton.
And then these are the next speakers. So if you see yourself coming up, please be ready.
So Ms. Sutton, Taj, I'm sorry, you're unmuted.
Thank you. You're good. Thank you so much. So full disclosure, I am a District 14 mama and parent, but many CEC leaders across the city have gotten into the habit of attending one another's meetings as a showing of solidarity and just for getting a pulse on what's going on in the city. That being said, I want to thank Emily because that presentation was really wonderful and thought-provoking. And I think as we continue this reopening conversation, we really do have to be centering equity and accessibility, right? So our multilingual language learners, our special needs students, and our low-income students really need to be at the center of all of our planning. And I think we can all agree that there's a lack of safety in this current quote unquote plan that we've been given as parents. And so I really want to build citywide at the CEC level to push back against that. I'm here tonight, and I also want to acknowledge Deputy Chancellor Austin for her remarks at the beginning of the meeting. There has been some harassment that has been happening. It's unnerving to me that it wouldn't be addressed in the CEC space where the CEC members exist. And I hear Thomas Rockledge saying that it's not true, but it is true. I've experienced it, and some of my students have unfortunately experienced it, and a couple of them are here tonight. Now, they may not speak because of the violence they've experienced at the hands of parent leaders, but that is part of the reason I'm here as well. Our students are who we do this work for, and if ever they are made to feel unsafe and unsupported, that's a problem. There are so many parents and students tonight that spoke out against screens, and that is where a lot of this contention started, right? Because we didn't want to destroy access to the resource schools for certain kids. And I think we need to really change the framing to what does it look like to create a school system where all students can thrive? And we have to throw away this notion that hard work with no nuance is what gets everyone what they need. Because if that was the case, many more of our students would have the resources they need, and they don't. Maud, I thank you for running an effective meeting tonight and doing what's necessary to stick to the agenda. I would also love to hear you speak out against the members on this council who are abusive and harassing to women and children, both on the internet and tonight. Many women on this council were cut off numerous times by the same person. And I think part of our job as parent leaders is curating a safe space, calling those things out, and making sure that each and every community member feels welcome. Thank you.
Jennifer Greenblatt, point of order. Is it true that members of the public can't harass board members?
Tom.
No, she harassed me. She tagged my job.
Okay, Tom, you can't talk now. We could do it later.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Okay, next speaker is Elizabeth K. You're unmuted.
Len is trying his best on pronunciation.
Thanks for having me. My name is Elizabeth Kiesner, and my son is entering first grade at PS 290 Manhattan New School. I've been part of the PTA effort to procure a full-time nurse for our school. As Nadia Levy mentioned earlier, we started a petition with that goal in mind on change.org. And as she said, we currently have over 800 signatures. In the past year, PS 290, along with some other schools, has had different per diem nurses on a near daily basis. And on some occasions, that's meant no nurse has been in our school at all. I feel very strongly that if we are to reopen our schools safely, we need the support of a dedicated full-time nurse who will know our school, its students, faculty, and staff, and help ensure that we follow proper procedures every day in this age of a pandemic. Students at schools with a full-time nurse already have about half the number of student illnesses and half the number of injury-related early releases from school than those students who are at schools without a nurse. And the staff and teachers at a school with a nurse are healthier as well. During this time of COVID, having a nurse is even more crucial. A school nurse will also save considerable time for our principals, our teachers, and our staff, allowing them to focus on their already demanding work. And a dedicated nurse will mean no one needs to spend time explaining procedures to someone new every day. And I'd like to take a moment to thank Councilman Benjamin Kalos and his office for their help, as well as our principal, Doreen Esposito, and parent coordinator Nancy Jelinski, and our PTA president Ashley Levin for their help as we work on this. And just in summary, I'm supporting Measure 151. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Craig Slutskin.
Thank you. My name is Craig Slutskin, and my son will be in PS 340 this fall. Thank you for hearing me tonight, and thank you to each of the board members for your continued service. Whether we agree or disagree, I know that you each have all our children's best interest in your hearts, and I do know you do work each do a lot of work on your own time. Ms. Hellstrom, thank you for the presentation tonight. It was very thought-provoking. It's not what I wanted to focus on tonight, but I will reiterate my support for academic screening. Academic gifts of students, I think, should be developed. There's nothing wrong with saying a student is gifted, and we should tailor his or her education to that gift. We should focus on elementary school education to identify and develop gifts of each student, in whatever form that may be. You'll get no argument from me that we should focus our resources, including financial resources, on elementary school education. But what I did want to discuss tonight is Reso 150. While the idea of getting outside certainly deserves more attention and definitely has merit, Please consider the resolution for the ages of the children. As the parent of a 4-year-old starting pre-K, I wouldn't be comfortable with him being outside all day. September can be very, very hot, and by late October, it can be very cold. It can be in the 40s or below. The younger children are not always as good articulating comfort with the weather, and I'd be concerned about heat stroke, sunburn, or when it gets colder, chills and the like. So I ask that this be addressed within the resolution, perhaps having a blended approach where there is a limit of hours per day for certain ages of students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elka.
Yes, hi, good evening. We really need to do right by our kids and teachers. At a recent rally against unsafe and equitable reopening of schools, some of what was said was literally heartbreaking. To hear a teacher say that one of her students literally told her that he isn't afraid of dying because he already feels like he's walking around dead was, I left with chills. And I just feel like we have to do better for our schools. We should be promoting equitable programs that will level the playing field. And our resources should be going towards that and not other programs that help only limited people. We know that the parents who have resources in this situation during this pandemic will ultimately band together and do just fine. But what about all of the students who have no choice? I'm very concerned about this push to get kids back in school, schools that can't even properly circulate the air. And we haven't looked at how to properly navigate the outdoor spaces, but for some reason, our restaurants have figured it out. Before the pandemic, our schools were literally struggling with inequitable resources that were largely dependent on PTA supplemental budgets. And that hasn't changed. There are so many points and things that we need to work on. And I just really hope that we will continue to work collectively towards making decisions that will help all of the kids and address the issues with reopening plans that we know are rampant, including access to internet and devices. Something else came up with what was recently stated about the kids that actually opted out, or should I say that the number of students across the city who have opted out, quote unquote, only being a quarter of the kids. But what about all the people who don't have access to be able to reply?
And
so I highly doubt that that's actually representative of what people want. I think people don't have a choice. So I'm, again, hoping that we will focus more of our time advocating to the people who don't have choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Luke Wolf.
Hi, everybody. I'm Luke Wolf. I'm from City Controller Scott Stringer's office. I want to start by thanking Emily for that presentation. I wish I knew a lot of that information when I was teaching. And thank all the parents who have come on and kind of shared all their concerns about school safety and health and need for nurses. These echo many of the recommendations our office has made and is constantly pushing for the DOE to implement. I want to specifically address one of the things that we're really pushing on, which echoes one of the resolutions you have in front of you tonight, which is about the idea of moving some learning and school space outdoors. So our office studied this, and what we found is that there's 29.5 million square feet of DOE-owned outdoor space, and we think that is the first space that they should be taking advantage of. So it's a space that is connected to schools, and we know that it is safer for them to get there. It is safe for them to be out there rather than in the building. And as we think about the reopening and the best way to do it, that is information that we need to take into account and space that we should be using. And of course, it doesn't fully replace the need for all of the other measures to be put in place to make schools safe. But that is one thing that we really think our office should push on, as well as the DOE needs to get more creative in general about how to address all of the different concerns that so many parents have raised. So that is just one thing that we are working on. Our office is here to advocate for all of you on how to make sure this reopening goes as smoothly as possible. The controller herself is a DOE parent and a District 2 parent. It's making the same decisions and with the same information as all of you. So understands how hard this has all been. So please let me know. My email is lwolf, WOLF, @controller.nyc.gov. Feel free to reach out, and we're trying to make this all go as smoothly as possible. And we know that there's a lot more answers that everyone needs right now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be William Dieppe.
Thank you so much.
My name is William Deep, and I'm a rising high school senior at the Brooklyn Latin School. And I'm also a member of Teens Take Charge, which is a student-led organization fighting for educational equity in the New York City public school system. I first want to thank Council Member Emily Hellstrom for her presentation and informing us on the current inequity of the way that we teach reading and writing to our students, and that we need to make sure that the way we teach these topics are equitable to all students. And I also want to raise the point that the COVID-19 pandemic is still an issue. Whether we are personally affected by the issue or whether or not we are recently struggling on whether or not we want to go back to school through a blended learning system or we want to do remote learning, COVID-19 still impacts us. And with that being said, some things should be prioritized over others. Taking care of our families, watching out for our households, and looking after to see what our future could hold socioeconomically and financially is more important than our academics, honestly, because the way that we see our families is more important than our academics and numerical values. With that being said, we should divert our attention to our families, our neighborhoods, and our cities, and not our academics per se. Because of that, admission screens, which use academics because they deny students and screen out students from the schools that they want to attend because they use either grades or state test scores or attendance, should be eliminated. Because given the COVID-19 pandemic, we shouldn't be focusing our mental health and our time and our money and everything that we have to possibly being denied from our dream schools because of admission screens. We should be focusing on our families, taking care of our families, and having the best education we can by removing admission screens. All students are smart, hardworking, gifted, and talented, but admission screens treat us like bugs because that's the definition of a screen. So although there isn't a draft resolution on admission screens tonight, I hope that there will be one next month, and I hope that we can eliminate admission screens now. Thank you.
Len, our next speaker, please.
Yep, next we have Kaushik Das.
Hello, my name is Kaushik Das. I'm a parent of a rising fifth grader. I'm also the SLT member of PS 33, a District 2 school. But today my comments are largely my own. First, I wanted to thank Emily Hellstrom for her lengthy presentation. I was initially intrigued by the reading program based on Sceince. I do have two concerns though on two of the legs of the stool that she had depicted. One being intentionally integrated schools, and two being CRSE and implicit bias training. I'm hoping that in Donaldo Chumney's comments it could be addressed how these are pertaining to the science of the reading, because that was not clear to me. And I am concerned at how this is being achieved, because these are two topics that have been controversial within this district and the city as a whole. Yes, I'm speaking to the notion of segregated schools and screen schools. First, it's been mentioned in many of these meetings that we have the most segregated school system in the country. It's because you're looking at the city as a whole, and the city as a whole does not represent individual districts or individual boroughs. We are segregated. We have segregated school system because of housing and because of geography. This is a segregation that would be enhanced, that would be made worse by choice and or randomization, not better. I disagree with the notion that students with differentiated abilities should be taught the same curriculum. I disagree with the notion that only families with means can attend screen schools. Immigrants with intersecting hardships have consistently shown this is not the case. I disagree with the DOE's concepts of anti-racism because I find them to be inherently racist against Asian families as well as immigrants. As for the person who spoke to the rest of the country can deal without screens, they often have tracking and honors programs, something that the New York City school system has done away with. And lastly, for those who advocate eliminating screens, I still would like to hear, how does this actually improve students who don't have access to quote unquote good schools? Most of these students and families do not want to be bussed around to the quote unquote better schools. They just want their local schools, which have consistently failed them, to be better. How does eliminating screens solve this problem?
10 seconds.
I'm done.
Our next speaker is going to be Lilybeth Feliciano.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lilybeth Feliciano. I have twin girls at PS 51 going into 4th grade. First, I want to say, sitting on the call since 6 o'clock, I'd hope that looking to the fall, as CEC council and CEC members, you all figure out a way, whoever comes and stays, to work cohesively more together and really be a representative of our district, because sitting here for 2 hours of my time with my kids is very toxic, and this is a very toxic environment, and I say it on every meeting, and I'm going to say it again. That being said, it needs to be a safe place for parents to be able to speak. And because I'm not easily intimidated, I have no problem speaking, but I know many parents will not. Okay. I only have one point to say is our priorities are kind of upside down. We're talking about admissions and all these things. None of these are going to matter if schools can't reopen safely. We haven't discussed the fact that we're not talking about the important things like remote learning, how we're going to get Wi-Fi, devices, PPE, supplies. None of these discussions are happening on this segment. These are the things we should be talking about. School is opening in a month. We haven't talked about any of that. Not to mention the fact that parents did not respond to the survey is a loud cry from parents saying, we are not sure, we are uneasy, it does not feel safe, therefore we don't respond. There was no incentive to complete the remote learning form because people were still writing to find out information about who's gonna be teaching. You can opt into remote at any time, but those numbers are just the beginning. So I urge everyone to please take a step back and just think about what our priorities should be in our time spent on these calls. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Marlon Mendieta Camron.
Thank you. My name is Marlene Mendieta Cameron, and I'm a rising senior at Midward High School. I want to thank Emily Hellstrom for bringing up the quote of saying reading is a fundamental right. And it's true, reading is a fundamental right. But if you think about where reading is being learned, we look into schools. And the truth is, everybody does deserve a quality education, but in our segregated school system, just as somebody else said, the most segregated school system in America, there is a lack of resources being given to students who really need them the most. And so what do? Integration. And integration isn't just about moving students from school to school. It's about ensuring that the disease disparities that COVID-19 has already widened are addressed. And in a public school system that is supposed to be for all, there should be an equal distribution of resources, but that's not the case. And so as a Teen Stake Charge member as well, I invite you in your respective roles, whatever you may be, a teacher, an aide, or whatever you may be relating to, what you do in a school. I invite you to learn more about what Teen Stake Charge's idea of integration and what that means really, to email us to learn more. And if you really want to learn more, I would really, really encourage you to do so. And Teen Stake Charge is a student-led organization dedicated to educational equity and integration. Thank you.
Now, our next speaker, it says Rachel Banks, but there's only one Rachel listed. So I'm going to unmute you. I hope this is you.
Hi, yes, it is me. I am calling in support of Tom Rockledge. He has come under criticism these past months against accusations that are simply untrue to his character. He has always been a true friend to me when I needed him. I am a Black woman, and he has always shown sensitivity and care to the adversity I've faced and that I've shared with him. I know him, and he genuinely cares about people in his community. He always is reaching out with a helping hand. I've seen it for myself, no matter what their backgrounds are. I personally care deeply about education, and my work is focused on social justice and education. Tom and I have always connected on those issues, and just want to show support for him, and just to say that Tom is a caring, giving person, and I know that he would not stand for any prejudice or injustice against anyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Cassandra Colazzo.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm a little reluctant now to even say my comments, but I'm going to have to do it anyway. I'm from District 6 with a rising 9th grade, District 2. And maybe I'm just being naive, but I just happened to notice in the CEC in District 2 that there don't seem to be any people of color on the council. I mean, I'm just saying this because in this very sensitive time, I would think that this would be something that we should all be looking into, just to make, I think, others feel more comfortable just voicing their opinion. Basically, that's what I had to say. I was just surprised at the lack of diversity. Maybe I'm just being naive, but that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Next speaker is Chen Kwok.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I might ramble a bit. I apologize in advance. I think a few things. One is, I'm very angry about all the insults towards Tom Rockledge, and also for Adrian Austin's comments. The DOE serves the public, not the other way around. CEC is a representative of the public, the parents. You don't lecture us. You have failed our students. Less than 50% of students are proficient. Less than 30% of Hispanics and Blacks are proficient at grade level. You should be ashamed of yourself. We should be working on how to improve their achievement and not criticize CEC members who are trying to work on improving education. The response to COVID has been horrendous. You kept the schools open when you should have closed, and now you want to keep them closed when you should be open. We as parents should have more say into the teachers' unions' contracts. Teachers' unions have put their interests above our students. They are essential workers. They need to be working. I respect teachers. I respect doctors. I respect nurses, but they all were working during the COVID crisis. Our children need to be protected, but we need to give them the education. We cannot protect them from not having education. That is the biggest crime against them if we don't take the right approach but still let them learn. You need to figure out how we overcome the achievement gap during that's even worsened during the COVID crisis, now that when schools reopen. And regardless of whether you support screening or not, no, I don't hear any of those people opposed to screens talk about how do we educate our kids so that they're grade level proficient, which, by 3rd grade, they're already showing huge discrepancies. Why is that? Why aren't you talking about that? Again and again. Last time I spoke about this, I still don't hear any of you anti-screeners talk about that. We need education, not this false racism, false anti-racism. Thank you.
And it looks like right now our final speaker is going to be Yorl Dean.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I hope you guys are able to hear me okay.
Yes, we are.
Thank you, CEC members. Thank you, parents, everyone who comes out. I join these meetings often enough. I like to sort of observe, and I just really listen. But one thing that I'm actually really interested in terms, as it pertains to re-entry and reopening schools, is I really would love to hear more from the teachers union and maybe teachers union leadership on exactly where they stand in terms of, their commitment to promote reentry or their approach to some of these learning models, specifically for remote learning, because that hasn't really been clear. I imagine that, some details are probably under negotiation, which is why there isn't available information. But it would be great if maybe the CEC could lean on the DOE to have some of the union leadership or, contract negotiators, join on some of these calls so that they can, give us some input or, some feedback that can kind of give us an idea on exactly, where they're headed and where they stand, because, there is a short window from now and when school's opening. And I'm just, curious as to how much the role of the teachers union is impacting the planning process. Because, it's like Chen, who spoke before me, said they are essential workers. And, we want to make sure that all of our essential workers are safe, their families are safe because they have children, and our children are safe. But, we also have to understand that all essential workers also do have that responsibility. And if, some of the lack of clarity behind what these learning models are going to look like, what remote learning is going to look like, what special education services are going to look like in the fall are not clear because, maybe there's something going on with the teachers union. I think it would be great if we can get some folks from UFT on some of these calls to, maybe offer some feedback or answer questions or, or speak in the public speaking sessions. And, that's really what I wanted to say in regards to that, because there's a lot of moving parts. And I think the parts that we probably should be getting information from, we're really not. So if the CEC could do anything about getting the DOE to have some union representatives to give us some information that can offer a bit of clarity to families and parents and teachers as well, that would also be a great thing in, in helping us to decide and to see what it looks like, what education, public education looks like moving forward. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Maud, I think that's it.
There's
Maud, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted.
Last speaker.
We have one last speaker for our first public session, which is Carla Javalia. And
Carla, I've unmuted you.
And then I'll just indicate before Carla gets going that for anyone who wishes to speak again or anyone who didn't sign up for the first public speaker session, you are welcome to speak at our second public session, which will come after the presentation and discussion of resolutions. Carla, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. My name is Carla Gavelia. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with me. I've interacted with a lot of you, spoken at a lot of the last meetings. I just like to reiterate the comments that Marlon made, just discussing how Teens Take Charge is here to support you guys and here to provide education, just because I understand there's so much uncertainty and confusion about the idea of unscreening, and it seems terrifying. I understand that, but there's so many resources that it literally takes a second to Google. And I just want to, since it seems like we're doing a little support thing on this call, I'd like to share my support for Emily and Robin and Eric, just because they've been there to support me when there's been some really tough times on Twitter. And on that note, I'd really love to stress that a lot of the members of this council please need to conduct themselves in a professional manner, because it's caused me a lot of anxiety and stress seeing grown men conduct themselves in a really unprofessional way on social media. And I see that there's someone yelling at me on the screen. I'm fine with that. I am a 17-year-old minor. And I just like to say that deferring an opinion is not an excuse for attacks, and that is understood on both sides. Yeah, thank you so much for letting me speak. I'd really encourage you to visit teenstakecharge.com to all just take the time to educate yourselves instead of saying that racism has false allegation, because defending racism is racist. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move on in our agenda to the report of the president, and that's me. There are two things that I would just like to address before we move on to the superintendent report. I would like to first just thank our co-sponsors of the NYSIP community engagement session that we had. was it last month or earlier this month? The months are starting to run together. But Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer, Councilmember Kalos, Community Board 6, and our own diversity committee were all co-sponsors of that event. We have another date on the calendar for the next New York State integration project for District 2, which is September 22nd. Both because we had a shorter session than we had wished and we want to get more information to people and have more time for folks to be able to share their thoughts and ideas and ask questions, but also because we want to be able to, we're working really hard to get translation and interpretation at the event, and they need a lot of lead time. And so we selected a date far enough in advance in hopes that we can organize them. I should also thank, we had volunteer translators at our last event, and we had, we used the feature on Zoom that allows translation. And so to the district team, the superintendent's team who worked so hard to figure that out, to recruit volunteers and to make that happen, I'm deeply appreciative, but it's tough to do volunteer simultaneous translation. And so to the many people who contributed their time, I'm very, very grateful. And I thank them for that. And I thank the district superintendent's team for putting that together. But fingers crossed, we'll have the DOE translation and interpretation services lined up for September 22nd. And we'll continue to have presenters who can present some really excellent information about this project. So that was one. And then the other thing I wanted to say is not so much a report, but I just want to highlight something that I anticipate is going to be an issue later in our meeting. And it is this: our bylaws currently allow for a member, the normal and traditional way, and which is allowed by our bylaws, to put a resolution on the agenda is this: you seek out co-sponsors and you circulate your agenda to everyone, and we post the agenda on the website and circulate the agenda so that folks can, members of the community members can see what those resolutions are. And then they can know if they want to come and comment on those resolutions. Our bylaws also allow for someone to add a resolution to the agenda so long as they've followed a few steps. In other words, do it without having co-sponsors. They need to submit it to the president or the administrative assistant before the meeting starts, and then seek to have it added to the agenda. We did this at the last meeting, and members, around an issue, a resolution that was around attendance, around which there's some very strong agreement on our council about not using attendance during admissions. I didn't disagree with the substance of that resolution, but I do disagree with adding resolutions to our calendar without co-sponsors and without there being a reason for adding them at the last minute. And that's because I think we have an obligation to be really transparent in how we present and discuss resolutions. So I think members of the District 2 community should be able to read resolutions, and they should be posted. It's a point I feel very strongly about transparency and making sure that people have access to information. So I will say that later in this meeting, if folks want to add resolutions to the agenda, I myself will not vote to add a resolution to the agenda for which there could have been co-sponsors sought and put on the agenda. Other members of this council are free to vote in whatever way that they think is appropriate. But I will, whether I agree with something or not, and as I said last month, I did happen to agree with the resolution about attendance, but I did not vote to add it to the agenda. So, or vote, actually, I abstained on the resolution because I have some concerns about those transparency issues. I will finally say, and I realize this is a somewhat dry topic, but I will finally say that we have some changes to our bylaws. And I say to my fellow council members, really one of the most substantive changes. Many of the changes are to align our bylaws more with the DOE standard bylaws recommended for community education councils, but one of the substantive changes is one in which would require there to be 2 co-sponsors for every resolution that makes it to the agenda, because I do think there's some sense, and we can discuss this next week, but I just ask you all to give it some, next month rather, I ask you to give it all some thought in the interim, that the work of reaching out to folks and finding allies and finding support, which you have to do if you need co-sponsors, is something that I think we could all benefit from being required to do. So I will leave that there. And then I will turn it over to Donalda Chumney for the superintendent's report.
May I address that?
No, you're out of
No,
order.
I may not. I did not interrupt anybody speak. I'm constantly interrupted.
Our agenda is very clear. We are going from my report to the superintendent's report, and you are out of order. Donalda Chumney, Superintendent District 2, please begin your report.
Everyone, thank you so much. Thank you, Maude. I'd like to begin by thanking our Deputy Chancellor, Adrienne Austin, for being here this evening and for her time and her leadership. I'd also like to thank you, parents and students, for also being here to share your perspectives with us. You help us stay focused on teaching and learning and the experience that our students are having in school and that our parents are having in support of their own children at school. And it really helps to keep our attention focused on what's most important tonight and always. I'd like to share that summer school officially concluded today. It was a 100% remote experience, and for most educators participating, school leaders who were taking care of students and checking on them, and teachers doing the same, it was a test run for the fall when we do our remote learning work with kids. In the entire remote learning section of kids who or families who have elected a 100% remote model. Our utmost gratitude goes to our principal, Alice Hom, and assistant principals, Clara Harvey and Rhonda Pico, for their efforts to provide a really terrific, enriching summer school experience for the students who attended. So thank you so much, Alice, for taking that on. Alice is a summer school champion for a long time, and this time switched to a remote learning environment that was new to everyone, and is always an incredibly dedicated school leader. And so I just want to give her a special shout out this evening. In terms of school reopening updates, I recorded the questions that folks have asked as they make their public comment, and I will answer them right after I share what I prepared to share. And if I miss any questions, please feel welcome to reach out to me or to the council, and they will pass along questions so that I make sure that you get the answers that you're looking for, parents and students. So in terms of school reopening, our district team and I have been meeting with principals and supporting the school reopening process around our District 2 community. Principals have led at this point countless family engagement sessions to share 3 main pieces of information: the space that they have available for students and staff to operate within their school's footprint, the percentage of staff members that they have that are going to work in person, and the percentage of staff members that they have who have applied for health considerations to work remotely. And as of this week, principals have data indicating which families plan to have their children participate fully in remote schooling and which families will participate in a blended model of instruction. On a rotating model of service. Blended meaning partially remote and partially in person. The DOE has prepared 5 potential models that school communities can adopt as approved schedules for this coming school year. And principals and school communities' decision-making around that selection is due on August the 14th, which is right around the corner. Schools can have their own, they can create their own models to serve their community, and they go through an application process to have those models approved. All of the decisions regarding school reopening are made by DOE leaders in consultation with the Chancellor's Office, federal, state, and local officials. Our mayor is closely monitoring this effort and has provided his support to ensure that we are all fully ready to welcome students back to school next month. All action steps are taken with our state guidance in mind, and the DOE is ensuring that all CDC guidelines are implemented regarding personal protective distancing and cleaning protocols. Our facilities team has been our constant partner in this effort, as each principal has conducted an in-person or a virtual building assessment of their school, along with their reopening team. And the facilities team has flagged issues with school leaders and is investigating concerns for follow-up, many of which of those facilities issues have been remedied at this time, and we have guarantees that the remaining ones will be remedied before we invite students and staff members into the space. And so I want to go to some questions that I believe Rachel asked. The first was around when will you phrased it, Rachel, I think as pod assignments, but I'm just going to call it class groupings. When will we know which teachers are teaching which groups of students? And that information is school leaders are actively working on. We are waiting for some guidance regarding teachers' workloads, in the sense that will some teachers teach all remote? Will some teachers teach a combination of remote and blended? Or will some teachers teach live instruction exclusively? That's something that the DOE is still working out, and principals are actively planning to make sure that the model that their school selects is able to meet the elected choices or selections of families for their students. And so you had asked about a date that this information would be communicated, and that date system-wide is August the 28th. That is when schools will officially be sharing which model they will, that they've been approved to use by the city and state, and that is when class groupings will be finalized. That's not to say that as part of the school reopening consultation process that you won't, as a parent or a member of a school community, hear about the model that your school has submitted for approval. You definitely will know the model that your school leader has submitted to be approved. But that approval process is one that the district team takes on in terms of seeking approval in consultation with our central partners. And so those decisions around class grouping or model selection are tentative for all schools until the final announcement system-wide of that information on August the 28th. There's another question about the sharing of parent contact information. You know, I need to check with our own, our FACE family and community engagement team to make sure that it's possible. But in the past, we've had structures like class parents, and I can completely see that continuing so that people would be able to get the information of the other families in their students' classes going forward. There was a question around, will there be increased mental health support? So as a district, we've been doing work every week with the Child Mind Institute, which has offered professional learning supports and experience, sort of experiential professional development in healing-centered pedagogy and attention to students and adults who have experienced trauma as a result of COVID. And the Child Mind Institute is an incredible organization that has donated its services throughout the spring until now, even into the fall, for our school leaders to make use of their resources and their professional learning experiences for teaching communities. And we've recorded all of those sessions. We know that within our return to school plan, there will be counseling staff that are provided with special training and designated to coordinate social emotional learning experiences for children who are fully remote and for children who are in school experiencing live instruction. There have been so many changes to life and family routines as a result of this pandemic. It's a lot for kids to adjust to, and our interactions with them reveal that they're under extraordinary stress. And every experience that I have of talking to a parent confirms that. And so we know that that is true, and we are working to ensure that these social emotional supports are fully integrated into remote instruction and into our live experiences with kids, so that we can foster the sense of affirming, inclusive community that all of our students deserve, whether they're online or in the classroom with teachers. There was a question also about students who need support, and because they may arrive at school on a day where they're not scheduled to be in the learning rotation at that time. And I know that folks at our central, on our central team are working on a policy around this. And our goal is to support these, students and families who may have this need by making sure that they have access to one of the ongoing engagement centers, rec centers, so that children can get the care that they need and an experience of ongoing learning and enrichment, even when they are not programmed to be at school that day. That's an evolving area of work, as I'm sure you can imagine. 1 second. I can't come with you, but I'll be there in a minute. Okay. Okay. And finally, I wanted to address one last piece. There was someone had said earlier that they had learned that the DOE was no longer distributing devices for technology access for kids. I just want to clarify that information. At this current moment, the DOE has paused on the sending of devices to students. We are, however, as an organization, still accepting device requests for students. If the child does not yet have an OSIS number, that's a unique identification number for all students. If for example, it's an enrolling kindergartner, please reach out to our district team so that we could help you process that request, or please reach out to your local school, because we have just received instructions on how students who do not yet have an OSIS number will be able to procure and request those devices. Our understanding, according to the frequently asked questions document that was circulated around devices earlier this week, is that devices will begin shipping the week before school starts. And so from the report that I received, there are approximately 30,000 devices still available to be distributed to students, and they are still taking device requests. School leaders are actively calculating in District 2 how many incoming students they anticipate having, whether those students are in pre-K, kindergarten, or incoming transfer students, whatever their influx rate usually is of over-the-counter registrants. And so principals have a clear idea of how many devices they will need to support their entire community. And we are, the DOE is looking, is in active collaboration with, for example, our city council folks and our borough president to advocate for those funds and to allocate, for example, Reso A money appropriately so that principals can access it to order those devices. I'm looking to see if there were any other questions, and I do not see any further questions that are unanswered, but if you have them, I'm glad to answer them, or, I'm always happy to respond to email or hop on the phone with anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Chumney. We have report of committees.
Hey, Maude.
Oh,
Do we have a chance to ask 1 or 2 questions,
Oh, of
clarify
course.
what Janelle just
Absolutely.
shared?
Yes.
Yeah, great, thanks. Just 2 questions. First, I was hoping if you could explain a little bit about the concept for return to school on working lunch. and how that's going to be handled. I know I've gotten some questions from families who are at least interested in the details of what's been presented to them as working lunch. So no set time aside for a downtime or a break during the school day. Second is we're definitely very disappointed that the next community input opportunity is September 22nd. As we said at the last NICEP grant meeting, there was very limited opportunity for community input. This proposal has already been submitted without real significant opportunities for the community to provide input to influence the plan. And at this point, there's been about a collective 15 minutes of general community feedback. And our hope was that we would have an opportunity soon after the last meeting. And right now it looks like it's about a 2-month interlude. So I'm hoping you could talk a little bit about working lunch and also about an opportunity to get the community together sooner to provide input on the NICEP grant.
Sure. So the guidance that we've received from the Department of Ed around instructional lunch, I believe that's what you're referring to, is broken out for elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools in 3 different formats. Within the school day, there's a time designated, the length of a typical class period for instructional lunch for different students. Within the high school setting, the vision of that instructional lunch is that students will eat lunch while they experience academic teaching of content. The school day, as communicated by our central leadership, is now 5 hours and 30 minutes for students. And so, and it takes into account this instructional lunch period. For middle school students, it's anticipated that there will be the sharing of academic content during part of the period, but a part of the period will be students simply focusing on eating their lunches with one another in the classroom, because we cannot, the social distancing parameters do not permit us to have kids all together traveling to a lunchroom or a lunch area. And to be, so kids are going to be supervised by a teacher who will be coordinating some type of learning experience with them during lunchtime. For elementary students, the vision around instructional lunch is one that has an enriching social emotional learning component or an academic enrichment component. So there won't be traditional teaching happening during instructional lunch, but kids will experience some organized play and facilitation during their lunch period within the classroom. And I can share the guidance document with you, Eric, so that you can share it with other folks who are asking you about how instructional lunch works, if you'd like to pass that information along to them. I can follow.
Great. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, and then on the next NICEP engagement session being September the 22nd, I think it's really important for us all to understand that integration of our 49 schools and the culturally responsive and sustaining equity work that we're doing in terms of the way that we approach students as educators and instructors and people who are expanding their worlds and helping to pave a more equitable system throughout is the core work of our district. We will always do the equity and access and opportunity and integration work that we have taken on because we're absolutely committed to doing that. The only connection that NICEP or the New York State Integration Project has to that work is that it provides the resources for us to be able to do that work more effectively and more expediently in a more deep, authentic manner, because it provides important funds for professional learning for teachers and school leaders, and it provides funding for us to engage with our community in various ways that we would otherwise not have the resources to be able to do. It also that partnership also puts us in partnership with the state to set a concrete timeline for achieving our school integration and demographic reorganization efforts, and sets us up to have specific goals around reducing disproportionality among race or ethnic groups or students who have identified learning needs. All of those pieces of equity work that we've taken on with such gusto are concrete goals in the New York State integration proposal. And so, yes, we did submit a proposal on May 7th during the COVID time. And since that, we're still waiting to hear from the state about the outcome of that. I do understand our most recent community engagement session on July the 28th had to be truncated because we were hearing from our chancellor that same evening. And in retrospect, it probably would have been best had we changed the date. That said, we elected to go through with the date, and we did not have adequate time for public comment. I can absolutely assure you that on the end of all educators in our district and most people who are serving on school leadership teams and participating in school reopening task force, I can let you know that I'm working 14 or 15-hour days, and I can absolutely assure you that our school leaders are doing the same. I know that our school leadership team members, the parent members, as well as the faculty members who would most want to participate in a session like that to hear the parents in our district are absolutely inundated with school return planning. And so I think that it's best that we really focus on doing that well and keep the core work of providing schooling that's academically rigorous and meets the needs of students at the forefront for the time being. And that's why we've set the date of September the 22nd for our next session. I understand that it is a delay. That said, I think that it deserves attention and focus. And right now we're all burning for our profession. I can only speak for myself and the school leaders in our district. We are really burning the candle at both ends. Most people have taken 1 or 2 days of vacation so far this year, and it's our first time off since February. So I'm still awaiting the opportunity to take some days off. I've taken 2 so far this summer. And I'm sorry to speak to you in such explicit words about the level of focus and also the level of extraordinary work and collaboration it takes to reopen schools during a pandemic. But I feel like I need to be clear because the underlying message behind your question is somehow that I think our district team may be, there's a perception that we're delaying this community feedback session, and nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's saying, you mean just because you said there's an underlying, it's not underlying that you're delaying it. There just has not been an opportunity for community feedback. You have a proposal that's been submitted that potentially could be either approved or rejected in the coming days, and you haven't heard from the community. And I just think that any of these plans would, the community should have the benefit of actually having the plan shared with them and a chance to provide comments and feedback. And it's unfortunate that a plan that should have brought community support hasn't been shared. And I guess I was just simply asking for a closer opportunity to do that.
Okay, so I just want to share with you and anyone else who's interested in giving feedback that the plan is available on our CEC, on our District 2 website under the NICEP tab, the white paper that is the summary of our plan. There's also a timeline of 2020 community engagement in which we've shared the plan or the proposal that we submitted to the state, which is not actually a plan. It's a proposal that met the state's requirements to see if we would be eligible to be the state's partner with our integration work. We shared that proposal with all of our principals, all 49 of them, and we have feedback from all of the SLTs and parent communities in our district around that. We've also had 2 community engagement sessions since the winter, the first of which was on February 27th, the second of which was in July. And I want to let you know that I think if we look at districts across the city, we've offered feedback opportunities at a greater rate than any other district engaging in this work. And to date, from my assessment of community engagement in the past, this is a dramatic improvement of transparency and information sharing. So I would encourage you to go to the website, or anyone else who's interested in looking at the white paper of the plan, to look at the engagement timeline and to look at the professional learning effort, the translated documents, the general course of work from phase 1 to phase 3, just so it's clear for you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, Donalda, since you sort of put that out there. The plan was submitted before it was shared in any form with the community. So as much as you had a very limited set of feedback sessions, one, I believe, before you submitted the plan, again, you did not share the plan with the community before you asked for feedback.
I think that point has been made clear at this point. Your displeasure has been made clear, Eric, but I think Superintendent Chumney has addressed very fully your comments at this point. So I don't know that we need to keep reiterating the same points. I'm going to ask other council members if they have any questions for Superintendent Chumney with regard to any of the matters that she addressed. And I can't see everybody. So Vincent Hom, go ahead.
Hi. I just had a quick question about a couple of the speakers talked about taking the opportunity to reimagine remote learning, and that seemed to suggest that students who were who resided in a school and decided to go remote might be shuffled to a different learning setting. Is that something that's on the table, or a possibility, or absolutely off the table to regroup remote students apart from their existing school assignments?
Thanks for the question. Thank you for the question, Vincent. So within our school funding formula, the per student funding, we have a structure in New York City that has students registered at specific schools and funds schools accordingly. And our chancellor has said in the past month and made an assurance to parents that any parent who elects to have their student participate in remote instruction, they will have a teacher from their own school. And so part of the pretty sophisticated calculus that that school leaders are doing right now is making sure that that request and promise can be honored with their current staff as they have the staff, making sure that the students who are in their school who have elected to have remote instruction will be served by a faculty member of the school, of their staff. I want to just touch on one part that you said that is a piece of possibility that has been discussed in other circles that I've been a part of, which is that, we know that our students are enrolled in the school, in their community schools. And we also know, just as Emily's presentation highlighted, that many students may need or require extra or additional or perhaps enrichment services to meet their full potential. And so I think, I invite you as a council and our larger parent community to think through how we can take advantage of the few silver linings that we have from this pandemic and see, how can students across various schools be afforded opportunities for either supportive reading instruction should they need it, or accelerated, content should they be ready for it in math or science or another area of study. Ben Warden had put me in touch with a chess group that's really powerful and wants to convene a remote program for students across schools. And there's no limit, as we now know, to what we can do to support students if we organize in the right ways with a shared curriculum that we all believe in. So as there is a guarantee Vincent about the services that kids will receive from their home schools. And I'm hoping very much going forward that we can create a universe of possibilities for students to get access to things right now that are not geographic, but rather meet them where they are and really support them moving forward in whatever area that they need. I think our educators in District 2, once we get past this particular challenge of reopening schools in this way, are going to have a tremendous array of tools in our belt to be able to create things like that for students that could be really promising.
Okay, do we have further questions for Superintendent Chumney? Emily?
Just with regards to the resolution that we're going to speak about coming up, outdoor learning. I just wondered if, you know, we've been hearing lots from principals. Obviously, this is interagency and you're not in charge of the DOT. But I just didn't know if, from a DOE perspective, if you had thoughts or comments on, you know, outdoor learning, and we're seeing, you know, one way or the other, like what the perspective was from teachers, from your point of view, et cetera. No, we can't.
Donalda, you're muted.
Okay, sorry. I was just navigating over to my email because our district team is compiling a list of schools that have applied for the open street closure process. And our Manhattan Borough office team is supporting us with getting all of those requests encapsulated into one list and pushed forward so that the street closure, you know, so that there can be advocacy and hopefully clear answers quickly about street closure. Because I know that when folks have submitted the DOT form, it says, well, you'll hear back on October the 22nd, right? That's something like that, right? And so, so when we heard that, we got to work and said, you know, I'm looking here and it appears to be approximately the 12 schools so far. And in the past, the community board had a little something to do with whether or not these street closure requests were approved. And from our understanding, that process is somewhat rerouted now because of, you know, COVID response. And so we're working on it. And if school leaders want to, or, you know, if communities elect to want to do that, then we're fully supportive and here to usher that collaboration along.
Is there a way we could actively reach out to schools to let them know this is an opportunity, and if it would benefit their reopening plan, that there's a process in place? I'm not sure how aware all schools are of this opportunity. It seems at least a handful are. But so is there a way that we could reach out?
It's something that we have discussed in principal office hours. And if that is something that that parents or families, or if you as a council obviously have proposed a resolution around, that's something that, yes, absolutely, please feel welcome to communicate that with our, you know, with our schools or with our parent body, so that you know, that voice can be heard.
Okay, I'm going to do one final ask on calls for superintendent, last call on questions for superintendent rather, and then we're going to move on to our discussion of resolutions. Robin.
To go back to the prior part of the agenda, Maud. So traditionally we do have time for questions of after the president's report for the president. I certainly empathize with why that didn't seem like a good idea in the moment, but and I am glad I'm not in your position. But I do have a question, and I do think that brings us to a larger process question about how we deal with constructive versus unconstructive conversation and constructive and unconstructive conflict. But I would like to use the opportunity to exercise the generally available opportunity to question you on the report that you made. And I do agree with you. And I think that when we were at our prior meeting, when we were discussing whether we were debating the motion to add resolutions to the agenda. I know I took the position that we should not add the resolutions to the agenda, even though I ultimately supported those resolutions because I felt like if the consensus of the group was to add it to the agenda, and I did believe in the substance of the resolution, I felt comfortable voting for it. But my recollection was that it had been voted that we wouldn't add it to the agenda. And I actually just went back to the minutes to see what exactly changed. I know then there was a second vote. Edward indicated he was going to change his vote to add it to the agenda. The minutes actually don't reflect that. And so I know we already approved the minutes, but our minutes should really not just record motions made to approve resolutions, but all the little busy work motions that happened along the way so that we could measure, so that we could have memorialized who voted for what, who changed their minds, in adding anything to the agenda. So I just want to make sure that we all remember the history of what actually happened.
Robin, thank you for pointing it out. I will say, Robin, just to, and I'll certainly, you can continue speaking, but just on that point, my celebration that we had passed our minutes in the following month was slightly premature because there are some errors in those minutes, which I noticed, which just go to show that no one reads the minutes that get sent around in advance of our meeting. So I will, for other reasons as well, correct the minutes that go around, and I take note of what you say, Robin, that those individual motions with regard to what should be calendared and then what should be voted on need to be accurately reflected. There's some other issues that need to be corrected as well, but I still think we're on the right track with getting our minutes done on a monthly basis, and that's a good thing. So a modified celebration for that. And I take note, Robin, that asking questions after the president's report and superintendent's report is something that we can work into. It's been done in the past, and we can work it in to the motion going forward. I'm actually, and I will now, if anyone has any questions for me, I will open the floor to that after you finish what you have to say, Robin. But I will also say that while it was dry and tedious and boring to go through the bylaws, to input the changes that where our bylaws, there were some differences that are substantive. Our section on absences, as you recall, Robin, was not valid, and we needed to change that. And there were some other things. It does make you think when you have to go through all the bylaws line by line about exactly how you run the meeting and making sure it works well. One of the reasons why I suggested, I mean, the agenda that our current agenda that's in our current bylaws does have a presentation of the resolutions earlier in the evening, but the proposed but of course, as you know, the president of the CEC can change the agenda order. And I went with last month and this month, the format that's suggested, because I think it works better. Because in the past, we wound up presenting the resolution and kind of discussing the resolutions, and then we wound up having a larger discussion later. And I was hoping to streamline the process and having the presentation and discussion of resolutions all at the same time. That being said, Robin, I think you had something further to say, so I'll go back to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess I don't want to relitigate that prior meeting where we had voted to table it, and then we voted again and added it. I'm sure, a lot of that is just due to the personal politics on this council that are volatile. But I just wanted to draw attention to both that there was that this question that you raised about how to add a resolution to the meeting was subject to a lot of personal stuff, regardless of what was in the bylaws. And also just, I wanted to draw attention to the fact that as uncomfortable as it may be, we have to have, having an opportunity to ask questions of the president and having an opportunity to ask questions of the superintendent after the report is really important. And
I agree. And as a matter of fact, what I will do, which I did, It's very helpful, I think, to have I'll just add it as a line on the agenda, the way I've added voting on the resolutions as a line on the agenda, because that way it spells it out quite clearly. Tom, I see your hand. Robin, do you have anything further?
Nope.
No. Okay, Tom, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to reiterate the fact that I have interrupted no one during this call. Everybody has been allowed to speak, and I am constantly cut off and given such little time to speak. And I really don't understand this cognitive dissonance, why everybody else is afforded the chance to speak. People are afforded the chance to slander me, and I am not able to respond. Why was Robin just allowed to address the president's report when I was cut off when I asked a question? Why am I being treated differently than everybody else when I am a member of the only race, the human race? Why am I different than everybody else?
Does anyone else have any questions that they would like to ask either the superintendent or myself about either of the reports?
May I please have an answer to my question? President, may I have an answer to that question?
Tom, my answer to the question is I expect every member of this council to behave in a way that demonstrates that we are all here to support the students and the schools of this district. And I try my best, my level best, to move this meeting along in a way that I think furthers those goals and aims.
Maud, Robin just went on for 5 minutes about the minutes from last time, addressing your president's report.
Hey, Tom, why don't we do it this way?
You interrupted me just now.
I'm going to say this to you. Why don't you take a moment to say anything that it is you need to say with regard to the president's report now, because you didn't have the opportunity before. And then I will just point out that there are several council members on this council who have not said anything and who seem to be making it through the evening just fine. So
excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were done. Are you not done?
Hey, Tom, I'm going to give you this moment now to ask any questions germane to the president's report that I delivered. Do that now, and then I'm going to open it up to the rest of the council members.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to ask questions about the president's report. So what you said during that president's report was that the resolutions that I wrote were not presented to the public, and that there was an opportunity for me to seek co-sponsors, yet I didn't. But that is incorrect. It is factually incorrect. I have emails to support me reaching out for co-sponsors. That resolution, well, there were two resolutions. One was for Emily to resign. I understand nobody's going to support that. I would like to bring it on the floor because I have a 14-second clip of her defaming me. But however, the second resolution was written by PS 290 parents. 800 signatures. 800 signatures for my liaison school. They worked hard on a resolution. I sought co-sponsors. And you're seeking to silence all of these parents. And I can't figure out why.
Can I reply to that, which was just that I think I replied to that email saying I would not support the resolution about Emily or about the one you proposed about Shino, and that I was doing what I could in resolution 151 to cover nurses for all schools. I respect PS 290. I want them to have a nurse. There are other schools as well who also should have a nurse. And so I made sure that those were the very two first points that I put into the resolution that is being put forward. So yes, I agree with you. You did ask for co-sponsors. And when you found none, that was a signal to you that those resolutions were unlikely to pass.
Okay, so you don't think that a petition with 800 signatures on it should have the opportunity to be voted on by this council? They worked very hard on it. In your opinion, you don't like it. What is wrong with bringing that up for a vote?
You are welcome to present it, as Maud has actually already said that you're welcome to bring this up. However, I will be supportive of a resolution that supports school nurses in all schools across the district and across the city very well, rather than just for a singular school.
I will be supportive of that as well. I will also be supportive of the single school because they worked really hard on it and they're scared. And that particular school doesn't have a gym, doesn't have a lot of things. So it is different than many other schools. And they worked hard on it, and you could vote against it, but everybody should have to vote on it. That's why we're seeking co-sponsors. I want the opportunity to explain what the parents want. And I certainly respect your view on this and your ability to vote it down. But I believe we are silencing parents for no reason. And that is my position. And it was a lie that the president just said that I did not seek support. You acknowledge that. This is on video. We could all go back.
Indeed. And so, Tom, I think you have just voiced that very clearly.
Thank you. I'm finished now. Thank you for listening, Ushma.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to do 2 laptops so that I can not change screens when I have to look at the agenda, but I do believe it is time to move on to our presentation of resolutions. And I do believe that, where is our first resolution? Our first resolution is resolution 150 in favor of maximizing outdoor learning. Who is going to present that resolution? Emily.
It sort of speaks to for itself. Basically, you know, we as Luke Wolf from Controller Scott Stringer's office mentioned, along with many other people in publications and elsewhere, put out that we have a lot of outdoor space, and basically this virus is scientifically been proven to really not transmit well at all outside, particularly when you wear masks and social distance. I think there was one study in Wuhan that out of I think it was 1,000 cases, one, and they weren't sure if it was substantiated. In any case, the resolution basically proposes that we maximize and utilize as much outdoor space as possible. Certainly from September, you know, through till it gets very, very cold. But in the resolution, it points out that actually there were, I think, 17 days that were above 50 degrees in December, and that lots and lots of other schools are doing this, that this really, along, obviously, the resolution doesn't talk to remote learning, but if people are going back, it seems like outdoor is a very, very good option. So I think that hopefully what the resolution represents is not just saying outdoor is an option, but really pushing schools to look at this as a way to make this happen for many, many students, so that it's actually an active, you know, applying pressure to them to actively seek this.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Do we have any council members who want to ask questions or share thoughts about the resolution?
Yeah, I would actually.
Okay, Len.
So I generally support this resolution. I think it's a great idea. The only thing that concerns me is the one section that talks about formulating a plan whereby all streets in front of schools will be temporarily closed for outdoor fresh air. There are inequities already. We have, as Tom actually pointed out, with 290, for example, they don't have an indoor space. They already close an outdoor space. But just from a transportation security, mostly a security point of view, I'm concerned about potential traffic if you're going to close a street in front of a school. Even if you have just one of those police barriers, I'm just concerned about a truck coming through, something like that. So I'm not sure if the security issues are going to be dealt with. And I understand, I don't want to be nitpicking, but I am concerned about traffic accidents, things like that, when you have a lot of children in close proximities to some very large streets. But other than that, I have no problem with the balance of the resolution.
I will speak to that a little bit just because I happen to be in an elementary school that has a closed street in front of them, and it's right next to a very, it's right by the entrance to the Brooklyn Bridge, which is very high traffic area, and they do have police barriers. One of the things we looked deeply into safety issues with, trucks barreling through, and obviously, there are some safety concerns in terms of, it's not like being in a park where there are those metal fences. But one of the things that we were assured by actually the Department of like a FEMA, no, not FEMA, the national security, in any case.
Homeland Security?
Homeland Security, thank you, Len. But Homeland Security assured us that actually that these risks are very, very low, and they came and take a look. It's just police barriers, and they felt like it was very safe as kids going to and from school, kids doing lots of other things in parks and playgrounds. And actually the resolution really calls for not just open streets, but parks, playgrounds, warehouses, beaches, really any open space that we have. We should really—
Yes, I don't think that's exactly appropriate, because you put down cemeteries, you put down beaches. I mean, how is that? I mean, do we know if these kids can swim if they went into the water? We're talking about young kids. This is, that's not something you just put down.
The idea.
And just one other question, because one other point. Which worries me is because at PS33, which I have a lot of experience with, we had active gun shooting right outside the school. And that's not even counting the knives that were, or the people who brought in knives to the school. That's a serious issue, and we've defunded the police, or in the process of doing that. We're trying to get rid of the mayor, or people are trying to get rid of police out of the schools. How are we going to protect them if we're now expanding access to kids in ways that, you're by proposing more access to streets, you're actually creating more of a police state around these kids, unless you're okay with just letting them go unprotected. And that worries me. I mean, just, it's a nice idea, but there's the reality of the world we're living in this city. So if something happens and we have this proposal, are you willing to say that this was our fault? If God forbid something happens. I'm not, I don't know if this is the appropriate thing to do, especially for 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds.
May I add on to Ben's point? While the trucks may not be a concern, having dealt with PS290, the kids playing on the street during regular times, the real concern is that these are thin metal barriers and bikes go around them. And we now have more electronic bikes, which are basically motorcycles, on the streets than ever before. So if we have no police outside, which we don't, if we have thin metal barriers that bikes can get around, which they will, these students will be in more danger. That's my point.
So I can actually speak to this as a PS11 parent, where we have, well, it's not we anymore, sadly, but where the block that PS11 is on between 8th and 9th Avenue is shut off, has always been closed off for mysterious reasons dating back to some very friendly politicians, probably 30 or 40 years ago. And it's actually a bike lane on 22nd Street or whatever, 21st Street. And the school has been able to use that block even before this situation. But when we lost access to part of our out of our outdoor space, the school was able to reclaim that block for kids to use as a play space for recess. It was used during gym for gym periods for like teaching kids how to ride bicycles. And just as a sort of a broader point about the playing outside, I do recall, obviously, like, the safety of children and gun violence is an issue, not, I think the larger issue facing our country is not from like people in the neighborhood, but you know, like situations like that have happened around the country that we're familiar with. And so I remember after Newtown, there was a lot of concern from parents about the fact that most of our schoolyards, and specifically at PS 11, are just, you know, there's a metal gate, but anyone with bad intentions could harm children. So even with our existing play spaces that we have, that is with the exception of certain like acute situations, we just let our kids play in for recess and for outdoor gym, and they're exposed to sidewalk and people in the public. These are sort of, I don't want to say compromises, but these are sort of understanding that like the kids aren't completely encased in bubbles while they're at school all the time, and they are exposed to members of the public.
Robin, your school, PS 11 has security.
Ben, I am speaking. It is not your turn. You can speak when I'm done. I am still speaking. So all I'm saying is that I understand that this resolution might expand the access. We also know that there's going to be fewer kids in the building at a time for the kids that are there. So it should be easier to manage this population. And I'm not saying it necessarily that other concerns are misplaced, but just like Tom was able to point to, and you, Ben, were able to point to sort of experiences at your schools that give you pause. I'm able to point to an experience at what is actually the second largest elementary school in District 2 and say that they've actually been successful in making street space that was closed off but open to bikes available for students in a safe way, and make a schoolyard that for all intents and purposes is open to anyone that walks up and down the block. Parents don't really question whether that's a safe space for kids to do research. Now, Ben, you can go ahead and speak.
Well, thank you very much. Now, PS 11 has security officers protecting at the barrier to prevent cars and other vehicles from approaching the school. I believe it's on 21st Street, if I'm correct. So there is security of some sort. And so if there is the potential at Russian roulette here, when you are expanding, utilizing more space, especially when we're looking at maybe 25% of teachers and staff not being in school buildings during school hours. So this all has to be taken into account. I am not against expanding usage of other areas for teaching, but we put this resolution and it's holistic. Everything has to. There are a lot of moving parts, and if we're not, and if we don't have the DOE fully on board with all these moving parts, then it's a nice thing. But if someone gets hurt because of poor planning, and we're pushing forward this, I think it's potentially shameful if we don't follow up that to see that all the check marks are being done. We're going to be relying on the DOE to do a plan that might have potential negative consequences.
I would like to. Sorry, Ben.
No, okay.
I'd like to speak. Yeah. So the resolution says the DOE should come up with a plan on how we can close the streets. Part of the plan might be that if the school doesn't want to use the street, then don't use it, right? Hopefully the decision to whether use the space or not is up to the SLT and with the input from the school community. And if PS 33 school community feels it is unsafe to use a closed down street, then don't use it. But for those schools that determine that additional outdoor space would be beneficial, then they should be allowed to do so. And that's what this resolution is really about. We are asking the DOE to grant us permission so that the schools can plan to use the space.
Yeah, and I just want to follow up on what Chino said. I understand this is just, excuse me, this is just a resolution. And again, as we know, we vote on resolutions that they don't automatically happen. But I would say, I would just make, the only recommendation I would make is just if we could change the language in that one section whereby all streets to whereby some streets. So just change the word all to some, if that's acceptable to the sponsors of that modification. I think that would address issues that I think a couple of us seem to have.
I guess I hear you, Len. I wonder if, by saying some streets, like I just want to give that if the principals wanted all streets that, the idea of all is not that like all of a sudden the DOT is going to come down and be like, you must, but the idea is that it is, the access is there if they can do it. And that's why I say all, because, there are a lot of impediments to this. There's a lot of multi-agency, somebody points to him and says, that's his job, and points to her and says that's her job. So I just want to make it as robust as possible so that anybody who wants access to that can get it. Because right now, principals are asking for it and they can't get it.
Hey, so
I would just say another thing about safety. Sorry, Tom.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just like, there's a lot of unsafety right now. And I just think that being inside schools is potentially really unsafe, or could be if not everything. And so I think that this is just the best of just another option, and it should be robust.
Yeah, so I agree with you there. They're two bad choices, right? One of them stay inside, which is more dangerous. The other ones go outside, which opens them up to danger as well. So there's no great answer, but maybe if they went on the street, but notice how like all the restaurants have to be outside. Somebody brought that up earlier. Maybe if at the end of the blocks, they allowed that for restaurant space to give some barrier besides that small metal barrier that people could go around. That way business is expanding, right? Making more money, because you can't get restaurant seats in our district. People wait, we're very privileged to be waiting for restaurant seats here, but those restaurants aren't making money because they don't have enough seats. So now we have a way where the businesses can benefit and the kids can be safer. And maybe we should start thinking about ideas like that. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
I think these are all open possibilities. I just would love to hand educators and principals as much. Ben, you mentioned beaches. Totally. Like, we would not want the pre-Ks, to be on the beach, but if a science class is meeting on a beach and studying oceanography, like this should be within their purview. I just think that, handing as much robust language as possible. So.
Yeah, so let me feed off that for a second. So we all know our resolutions have no effect, right? So why not just give the best recommendations we can and just hope they take some of them, instead of saying, let's let the schools do what they do, because they're going to do what they want to do anyway. Why don't we just give them the best recommendations we can collectively come up with?
Hey guys, I don't want to curtail conversation, but I do want to let Ushma present resolution 151. So unless you have something that you feel you absolutely must share about resolution 150, I'd like to move on to our second resolution of the evening, which is Ushma's 151 resolution. Ushma.
Hi, I'll be quick. This is all about, for those people who are opting for blended learning, to do what we can to ensure that the DOE is accountable and providing as many possible options for schools and the people working in them and attending them to be safe, starting with nurses in every single school. This is probably the most important point, is point 1 and 2. And then the DOE has recommended that teachers and school workers get tested before school, but they are not providing these tests. They are not necessarily providing the means or the guidance for students and other workers to get tested. up until recently, 34 of the schools across the city were actually acting as testing sites, and through cooperation with New York City's Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, we're processing those tests, and together with New York Health and Hospitals, there is massive capacity in New York State, which has been extremely important over the course of the last month or so, or 2 months. Why can't we use that towards the safety of our teachers, our school staff, and our children? And furthermore, there have been recently more information about contact tracing within the schools. New York City in particular has an extensive set of contact tracing protocols. Those have recently been adapted for schools. However, there has not been enough published about what the notification policies are going to look like. What are the privacy concerns going to look like as well? So that is another item that is in this, as well as PPE and cleaning supplies. And then it ends with a couple of points on ventilation and the fact that many schools don't have the appropriate electrical grid, air conditioning, HEPA filters, etc. So it makes a number of recommendations essentially around school safety as part of the return to blended learning.
So I just want to chime in on this one too. Ushma, thank you for, I think this is very detailed. My concern on this one relates, kind of answers Emily's point, I think, on the last resolution, which is that when we push forward resolutions like this, we want to express that this is how we as parents feel, that there's something important in our district and we want to bring it to the forefront, and whether it's the issue of the use of outdoor space or whether it's nurses in schools, that's what we care about. My concern on this particular resolution is that in a perfect world, yes, I would love to see nurses in every single school. I would love to see a laboratory set up. I would love to see the most impressive, secure protocols before any student walks into school. But my concern is we establish a preference here and we set the bar so high that anybody can then say, oh, okay, parents in District 2 said that there should be nurses in every school, and now whether it's the UFT or somebody says we don't want to go back because we don't have nurse in our school, and then we can't enforce these protocols that the parents in District 2 are concerned about. So I just think we set the standard so high sometimes that we're never going to achieve it absent an enormous amount of funding, absent an enormous resource.
Sorry, my reply to that is that we should set the standards very high. And if we are expecting and anticipating teachers and school workers to return to those buildings, and as well as all of the children of District 2, they should be in an extremely safe environment in the middle of a pandemic. And so I agree to disagree with you on that I feel like the standard needs to be high and that we should not shy away from saying that out loud.
And I want to keep that standard high, don't read me wrong, but I don't want to put it to a point where it gives ammunition for people to nitpick every single thing and then say, well, we're not going back, or we're not going to send our kids to school, or we don't feel that it's safe to go into this teaching environment because X, Y, and Z haven't been met, and the parents feel that way in our district. That's all I'm saying.
Len, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I hear what you're saying, but I really agree with Ushma on this. And I think here we have a situation where we have a nurse shortage. And, in economic terms, to fix a shortage of, labor, you have to pay more, right? So if we pay more money, and Ushma, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but nurses will flock to these schools if they're paid more than in the private industry. Now, the issue here now is where do we get the money? Because as we know, budgets are being slashed, so we're out of money, right? We don't have that extra money to spend and waste it all over. I don't know if the school construction authority is doing anything with their money right now, so maybe that's a source. Anti-racist training, which I'll get to, and we don't know how much money we spend on that, may not be the best idea right now, because you have some anti-racist trainers going around saying that me dating my girlfriend, and I'll bring this to me for a second, is akin to Thomas Jefferson raping Sally Hemings. That was a DOE anti-racist trainer. And he's also on the New York City Commission for Human Rights. He's on the board.
Does anyone have anything germane
Okay,
to Resolution
I was just cut off.
151?
Please
No, I thought
don't
you were
interrupt
done,
me.
Tom.
Here we go. Here we go again. Go ahead, Maud.
Tom, if you had
Hey-
another
hey, Maud.
sentence to say, continue, but I'm asking if any council members have anything with respect to Resolution 151. Eric, was that you? I heard?
Maud,
Yeah, just
I
a
did
quick
have something to
question,
say.
Maud.
You interrupted me. I would like to continue speaking.
Finish your point.
Why did you do this to me and nobody else? I'm finished. There you go.
Great. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I was just curious if, and I don't know if Superintendent Chumney's still on, or someone else who could answer it. To what extent have facilities been checking ventilation at the different schools? And I'm just curious, just because, in the resolution, one of the recommendations is around, ensuring the HVAC system and proper ventilation. I'm just not sure if anyone on the council or anyone, from the administration has data on how they're evaluating ventilation at the schools, if there's any checks in place or just how that's evaluated. I'm not sure.
I believe there was an article in Class Size Matters within the last week about ventilation. I don't remember it in detail, but they were talking about the sheer number of schools that don't have the current electrical grid to even be able to support HVAC systems, how few of the schools even have them right now, especially the older buildings.
Right, and that's great. And so I guess, right, the next step would be as if, I doubt they have some published list, right, that says, like in the past where they've done things with facilities, yeah, where they say, hey, this school has, a certain, lead count in the water versus other schools, so they're not publishing something like that anyone knows of.
Maud, Donalda's waving. I think she.
Oh, great.
I thought Donalda, sorry, she had to leave and come back because of computer issues.
Has to unmute. There you go.
Oh,
Go
okay,
ahead,
great. I am unmuted. Thank you so much. To answer the question, we have asked our school leaders to share with us if they anticipate or notice that they have any kind of ventilation issues, whether they are related to air circulation, air conditioner units, close spaces, or window guards that have been installed on windows for classrooms that don't allow them to open at all or open past 6 inches. And so instead we can so that is going to
cutting out.
examine the issue.
Donalda, if you
as
can hear
we
me,
get
Donalda, can you hear us? Why don't you try turning off your video and just speaking, because then maybe we'll hear you a little more clearly.
Oh, so sorry. Okay. Hold on a sec.
We can hear you well now, so that might just.
Is it better?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Let's.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what part you heard or what part you missed, but we and that this was going to be a chat for folks, and there were several school communities that had escalated early concerns that we addressed through our district planning team and our facilities team together. And then we put out the request to all school leaders to please let us know about air circulation issues, air conditioning. If the school has window guards installed on windows that either don't allow windows to open or allow them only to open 6 or 8 inches, so that those window guards can be removed. The directors of facilities are making the rounds of school visits to each school and sharing with us when these issues are remediated, so that we have confirmation that the air circulation is good. There are specific rooms that, due to their ventilation, are not able to contain students and staff members, and we keep a running tab of where those rooms are, and the school leaders also know, so they don't program students or teachers or any staff member into those spaces. And that counts against the total square footage that's available to the school to be able to accommodate students and staff members for schooling in September.
And just to add to that, Donaldo, can you tell us about the office hours that the Division of School Facilities is hosting for principals? I heard that there is a set time every week where principals can reach out to Division of School Facilities with facility related questions.
Donalda, you're muted.
Okay, now I'm back again,
yes,
right?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. Our Manhattan Borough team office hours opportunity for principals every week, and we hear from our Director of Facilities for Manhattan, John Rodriguez, as well as other folks who are doing aspects of space planning or safety or operations, like for example, our Director of Operations, Dorothy Robles. And we as superintendents typically escalate our concerns and have them answered in that space. And then for our own district, we host office hours at this point, usually twice a week, for principals to come and share their concerns. And a lot of things come up on that call. So it's part collaborative planning and idea sharing, but then part sort of escalation of considerations that need to be made for specific schools. We do that together with our principals on about a bi-weekly basis at this point.
And I just want to share with parents in the space right now. So a lot of the facilities information is stored in the Building Conditions Annual Survey, what we call BCAS. And a lot of the ventilation issues and whatever building violations might exist in a school building is recorded in that report, which can be found on the DOE website for every single school. So if you are concerned about your building, that is one of the places where you can actually pull up this report, and it's a really dry, dense document, but you might be able to pull together some interesting information from that. It's the Building Conditions Annual Survey.
And I actually have one more quick point to bring up with that resolution. I just want to bring it back to one of the resolutions that we actually brought forward, which was to close the schools earlier. So does the chancellor still want to seek the opinion of 108,000 epidemiologists before we open the schools, like he wanted when we were going to close them? That's rhetorical. Thank you.
I think if we have no further questions,
Yeah,
I'd like to move to
I would like to discuss something because we've mentioned about ventilation. And the other topic that we're not mentioning is how they're trying to deal with disinfecting the schools, and they're using an electrostatic sprayer throughout the city. It's going to be done every night. These electrostatic sprayers, they're ionized, they're micron small spraying that can last in the air for a few hours. So my concern is, should young children be wearing masks that can actually prevent from these aerosolized particles getting within them? There were some studies done in, or some research done in Australia showing that the disinfectant that's going to be used, one of them being troxphosine sodium, hopefully I got it right, which is relatively safe if used properly, but it's still, it's an experiment on 1.1 million students. So it's not just the ventilation, it's when the kids come in the morning, they're going to be wearing these masks. Hopefully, it's like throwing sand at a fence, some of it can get through. And they're going to be breathing this every day that they're there. And the same thing, more so for the teachers and the admin staff. So it's not just the ventilation that has to be looked at. It's also how we're disinfecting the schools. And I would like to see someone who can speak to this with a science background to effectively say to our children, to parents, that this will be safer for them to be exposed to that than the otherwise potential of getting coronavirus.
So I've done a very small amount of research on this and I don't want to speak to it tonight and it's getting late. So let me find some of the relevant literature to forward on to the rest of the council. One of the points that I made in here was very specifically, or the therefore be it resolved, is that the DOE and schools are very specific about their supply chain and what it is that they're going to be using and what protocols they're going to follow so that parents can make informed decisions based on what they have read in the literature they see around whether or not they want to send their children to those schools. But that, I take your point, and people need to do their research around what it is they want and what masks are going to prevent, what kind of appropriate PPE needs to be available.
Again, I just want to just mention, just as a follow-up, again, I 100% support every single one of these protocols. And I think that as parents, the people, if you believe the survey results that the DOE said 74%, if you believe that, I think every parent that's sending their child to a school is really making a leap of faith. It shouldn't be a leap of faith, but we're taking a leap of faith that the DOE is providing certain protocols and certain standards. So I understand what you're saying. Again, my concern is just that if we come up with a checklist, which this essentially is, the nurse, ventilation systems, at some point it becomes so much to the point where you're just not going to get a school open. I just don't know if it's realistic to ever see a school open under those circumstances. So I don't believe that my child's school, all three of them, are going to be safe. I really don't. I think that I'm just taking my chances, sending them there. I thought that's a sad, horrible reality of it. But you know, I think those parents, as I am, make the determination that it's worse to keep them home, and it's worse not to have them in school. It's worse not to have them actually learning, and to be and not to be in that kind of to be in a school environment. So it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off there. But I do support 100%. I want to be clear: nurses, contact tracing, RNA testing, all of those things. I just hope that we're not pushing the bar to an unrealistic standard that people will say, hey, you didn't meet this standard, so we're not going to go back to school, or we don't feel we should go back into the classroom. That's all. That was my point. That's all.
Hey, point of order, Jennifer. Is now the point where I would ask for a new resolution to be added to our agenda for a roll call vote?
I'm going to defer to Maud because I don't have the bylaws in front of me.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say one last thing before we close the door on the electrostatic sprayers, which is that Ushma and Ben, I have sent the information to you that I received from facilities about, awesome, you received it, about which chemicals are going to be used or procured to do the electrostatic spraying in schools, so that if you perspective, you can give some feedback to our facilities group and our parent community.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Donaldo, for sending me the information there.
So that brings to a close those two resolutions. Tom, are you asking me the question?
Well, I was asking Jennifer, but she deferred to you. So would you like me to introduce it now or later?
I think what you're seeking to do is make a motion to add, I'm going to read our bylaws language so we all get it right. Calendar meeting. It says, notwithstanding the foregoing, which is 3 members introducing a resolution may be added to any agenda by a member of the council at any time, provided that he shall have theretofore delivered a written copy thereof to the president or recording secretary to the council before the start of any calendar meeting. So right off the bat, I think you've delivered 2 that meet that requirement. 1 is about 290 and 1 is about Emily. The second section of the resolution says such addition is consented to by a vote of majority of members of the council present at the meeting.
Correct.
So you are making a motion to add 2, if I understand you correctly,
Why don't you
No.
just make, why don't you make any motion you have, Tom, before, and I'm just gonna say this. We will entertain any motions related to resolutions now, and then we are going to move on to, and then any subsequent procedures that are necessary with regard to those entertained motions, and then we will move on to the second public speaking session.
Sure. I just want to introduce the resolution for PS 290. I want to briefly explain why I want
Make
to
a
vote.
motion to introduce it.
Excuse me. I believe.
No,
don't
I'm not
interrupt me,
excusing
please.
you. You can make a motion.
You have to
I am explaining my motion
You
before I
don't get
make
to
it.
explain the resolution. You get to make a motion to add it to the agenda, Tom.
I make a motion to add to the agenda a resolution calling the Department of Education to immediately hire a permanent school nurse for PS 290 Manhattan New School and all other schools in need of a nurse. Whereas every New York City public
No,
school
you're not reading the
requires
resolution
a
because
school.
it hasn't been
This is
added
part
to
of the
the
motion.
agenda.
This is
No,
part
it's
of the
not
motion.
part of the motion,
Oh, it's
Tom.
not part of the motion.
Tom, reading
Jennifer,
your resolution
can
is
that
not
be
part of the motion.
No, your motion is just to add it to the agenda. And we
Okay.
agree what you just said at the beginning, but then you needed to stop.
Okay, I'll stop.
Is there a second to the motion for Tom's motion to add his resolution to the agenda?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
The motion has been seconded. Now we will take a roll call vote as to whether or not we are adding this motion to the agenda.
From 800 parents.
Vincent Hom, our recording secretary, please lead us through the roll call vote. We are not voting on the resolution. We were only voting on whether or not to add it to the agenda.
Okay, so on the matter of adding the motion on 290 school nurse to the agenda, Robin Broshi,
Nope.
Eric Goldberg,
No.
Emily Hellstrom,
You were muted, Emily.
I abstain.
Means no.
Vincent Hom, abstain. Edward Irizarry,
Abstain.
Maud Marin,
Abstain.
Ben Morden,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
No.
Leonard Silverman,
Abstain.
Shino Tanakawa,
No.
and Tom Rockledge.
You've all voted, except for Ben,
Yes or
against
no, Tom?
800 parents.
Yes or no, Tom?
Congratulations. Yes.
Okay, so the motion to add the resolution is not passed. It's 2 yeses and 5 extensions, 4 noes.
Okay, moving on. We are going to move on to the second public speaking session. The same website to sign up, the same link to sign up is available for public speaking. I believe Ushma has, I'm just going to take this moment to thank Ushma, Len, and Vincent for doing this really hard work of making our public speaking sessions run well. I'm very appreciative of it. I'm going to highlight our, let's see, highlight here. We have Paulette Healy, Paula Andrea Diaz, Erica Ram Silverman, Lupe Hernandez, Michael E., Chan Kwok, and Janine Kiley appear to be our upcoming speakers. So Len Silverman, would you please start unmuting people?
Okay, I do not, is Miss Healy here?
She's listed as enough is enough.
Oh, okay.
I saw that a while ago.
I am searching under enough. Unless I'm spelling it wrong, I don't see. Does anyone see her there?
ENUFF.
Oh.
Yeah, I see her.
Oh, sorry.
Unmute.
Oh, I see her. Yep. I've unmuted you or asked to unmute. I keep on clicking the button saying ask to unmute. I think you can
Paulette,
unmute
if you're
yourself.
here, unmute yourself. Wait. Okay, let's move on and we'll go back to Paulette.
Yeah.
not
Okay,
able
the
to.
next, I've unmuted Paula Diaz and, oh,
Paulette, is that you?
Yes, that's me.
okay, I'm remuting Paula and you're unmuted, Paulette. Paulette, go ahead.
Okay, now, thank you. My question was previously about if parents were able to pick the actual model that the students were going to be going into within the blended model. I think that, you know, if there's 3 different options, I know that the schools, I was trying to figure out something that Ms. Champney had discussed in regards to the models. My question was specifically, are the schools picking the models, or the parents are able to pick the models based on the parent schedule? Because, for instance, I had a discussion with my daughter, and she basically said, you know, I would prefer Monday, Tuesday, 2 days going to school, and then the rest I'll be home. So my question was basically on that. Are the parents able to make a choice of those models, or the school is just going to pick one specific model and that's what we have to abide by? And in regards to that also, I have 2 more questions that I didn't add, but it also comes down to what we were talking about, the ventilation. My daughter suffers from asthma and also seasonal allergies. So my question here is, as one of the parents of many of children that may have these types of conditions, of what are the things that are going to be put in place in regards to this? And I know Mr. Tom had mentioned a lot of the things about speaking on behalf of many other parents and all of these resolutions being stated, but we haven't taken the consideration of some parents that are actually in need to voice. Also, the fact of the streets, I think an open space is actually necessary. I think if restaurants are actually able to have a license and a permit to be able to do their business on the street, I think schools should also have that possibility. And also parks should be allowed to be having a
10 seconds
for parents, for these classes.
Thank you. Next is Erica Rand Silverman.
Hi, can you guys see me and hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so it's really helpful to hear you clarify things. And so I have a couple of clarifying questions. Originally, the chancellor was saying that if you choose remote in advance by August 7th, and then you can opt back in at certain periods of time, like in November, et cetera. And just recently I've seen an italic note right after that saying, if there's a seat available. So I'm wondering if I missaw that, or if that's a brand new caveat. I'm concerned, and I know the parents in my community are asking. I'm also wondering if there's a citywide stance or a district stance on whether or not kids can go out for recess. And I'm wondering if there's a citywide stance or a district stance on if after-school programs can be held in the school. I'm hoping perhaps you can let me know on this call. I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lupe Hernandez.
You're unmuted.
Hi, thank you again for your time. I'm very grateful for what you guys do, all board members. And I know there's a couple parents from my school here, and I am very thankful that I'm not the only one that sits for these meetings wholeheartedly and for the kids. And I just, I've gone to these meetings several times, and I know there can be contention between board members, but I just want to voice as a parent and a woman of color that I'm very disappointed in some of the actions of particular board members. I don't think I need to say their names because they have been interrupting all night, and they're bringing up things that I just don't understand how they're arguing with students. I think this should not be allowed. It sounded like a resolution was brought forth to get rid of a board member that I see doing nothing but positive things, a couple of them that I know personally. And it's disheartening that his behavior could be taking place in the climate that we're in. We should be a lot more unified, and the equity of our students, I think the lack of diversity I know that we have in my district or in Lower Manhattan, I think it's really important that we focus on what's really important for these kids instead of this mindless Twitter social BS. Honestly, it's disgusting and it's embarrassing to say the least.
Our next speaker is Michael E. You're unmuted.
Hi, thank you. So first, I do want to say thank you to all of the CEC members. I know this has been a crazy COVID year and a very challenging year for the CEC. I think I first want to just say that there have been a number of times at these meetings where I've made notes back when you could chat, suggesting that people have some training around race. I mean, I think there's some real misunderstanding about issues of race, anti-racism, and that's in a large number of members of this board. And I think you really need to look at yourselves. Anybody that says we're all humans or I don't see race basically doesn't see what's going on in this city, doesn't see what's happening to a huge percentage of the population. And we all need to look at ourselves. I think anybody that's white, if we look at ourselves closely, we can see that the systemic racism of our society is in our actions at times. We have to sort of take a look at ourselves and really understand it. And it's been really sad, some of the things that have happened. It's been sad, some of the fighting that's happened. And I'm sure there are people who feel like, okay, it's definitely gotten out of hand and inappropriate. But I really think that this group, in order to deal with these issues of race, I understand that there are issues between Asians and Blacks that's complicated, and some of the anti-racism work does make light of things other than Black and white racism, in part because this is just such a sort of story of our country and so horrific. But I think we all need to try to find a way to listen to each other, understand each other. We really are all in this together. And I hope that you guys will take this to heart and really look at what you're doing. If I have another second, I just want to add the 74% of people that were quoted that Len said really want to be in school. When they see what they're getting, I don't think that that same 74% is going to hold. And saying that teachers might do something to avoid opening schools is, I think, somewhat unfair. We need to have healthy and safe schools. That's it. Thank you.
We're going to go back to Enough is Enough.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me an opportunity to speak. I'm so sorry I missed it before. I'm Paulette Healy, and I'm actually a member of the Citywide Council for Special Education. And I just wanted to start off by thanking Robin and Emily. Sorry, I'm gathering my thoughts. I apologize. I just want to thank Emily for bringing awareness to the resources that are available for our children with learning disabilities, especially when they're challenged with reading and decoding. My son is actually a student in a D75 program, and I saw firsthand the leaps and bounds he made when Wilson's was introduced to him in 6th grade in middle school as part of his reading unit. It wasn't a pull-out class. It wasn't something he had to do after school. It was incorporated into his everyday learning. And every child in his D75 school was given the same program. And every child progressed leaps and bounds. My son went into 6th grade with a 3rd grade reading level. He is reading at grade level right now. He's going into 8th grade. So Emily, I can't thank you enough. I am so grateful to you for shedding light on the resources that are available. And you said it so poignantly when you said teachers weren't even aware that these programs existed. And I'm gonna add to that, parents don't realize these programs exist. So, you know, thank you so much for speaking to those students and for speaking to the fact that there are amazing resources available as long as we have them available. So I encourage all of you as parent leaders and community leaders to fight that fight. You know, fight the fight for the kids who are struggling. It doesn't matter how many 3s and 4s you have. It doesn't matter how many gifted and talented kids test well. What are we doing for the 1s and 2s? What are the ones that aren't even making the registry at all? That's what I wanted to bring attention to. And lastly, another parent had mentioned this has become a toxic environment. And we can't ignore that fact, because look at the behavior we've been seeing. I mean, we went from an incredibly comprehensive, incredibly thought-provoking, incredibly effective presentation given by one CEC member just to be distracted by the actions of another. So we as parent and community leaders are not effective unless we respect each other, respect those that we serve, and take responsibility for all of our actions. There was a lot of strong opinions expressed here tonight, but there needs to be respect in order for them to coexist. And if you speak more than you listen, you will never see anything past your own image. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Our next speaker is Kaushik Das.
Len, there's 2 other people still on this list. I was just showing because I can't get everybody on there. So we've got Chen Falk and Janine Kiley, and then I'll put up the next list.
Chen, I've asked to unmute Chen. Chen, you there?
Oh, I signed up once, but I will say this, sorry. I will add this. As a parent, and I see how I'm very upset that minors are being used by adults for their own political agenda. And I'm calling out Taj Sutton, the leader of Teens Take Charge. I'm also talking about, I forgot his last name, is McDowell, I don't know, Dade, from the Bell, for using children as shields for the political agenda. And, I need to call that out, that it's unethical, that it's corrupt. And these are children, and they should not be, dragged into this and subject to really serious discussions, and then be used as shields when people disagree with their positions, and in good faith disagreements. If someone disagrees with you, doesn't make them a racist or wrong. They just have a different opinion. That's what children should be taught. They're different opinions based on good faith. And just because people disagree with you doesn't mean that they're evil, okay? That's the first lesson of life. And hopefully as they get older, they'll see how today, what's been happening. We look in history, the Cultural Revolution in China, where children were used by politicians, by corrupt officials for their own purposes. And this is what's happening today in New York City. Thank you.
Ushma, who's next?
Janine Kiley.
Hey, Janine, I've asked.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Janine Kiley. I chair the Schools and Ed Committee for Community Board 2. I am here to voice my support for Resolution 150 and 151. I am thrilled that the DOE is taking charge for coordinating this. And Donalda, thank you for quickly jumping on the email sent by Rennie Fong last week. In CB2, there are 6 public schools and 8 street requests as of yesterday. So schools, when they're hearing about this, are very, very interested in this. Some of them are for ingress and egress, arrival, dismissal. Some of them are moving the kids around, and a few of them might be for instruction. They want to have that flexibility. I also want to add that there are ongoing play streets in the community. PS3, which submitted one for an open street, but there's also Cook Academy, which is a private special needs school, and a Catholic school that historically have had open streets. And I guess the only question is, who is putting this list together, and if there are more streets and schools that we hear about this, who should they contact? Thank you.
Ushma, who's next?
So the final list of speakers is Kaushik Das, Todd Sutton, William Deep, and Marissa Vandershaw.
Hey, Kaushik is already unmuted.
Well, I'd just like to add on to some of my previous comments and I respectfully disagree with one of the last parents just spoke, Michael E., I believe it was. The reason why not everyone wants to do the work on anti-racism and systemic racism is that there's only seems to be one view on what is anti-racist or systemically racist that's being pushed down from the top, from the DOE. I think it's a joke that the chancellor, who has been repeatedly accused of racism against Asians, wants to lead anti-bias training or has an opinion on this that should be shared apparently by everybody, that DOE members and families alike that attend these schools. It can't be that there's only one view on this. I would also like to point out there's a speaker coming up, Taj Sutton, who admittedly was from another district. I think that should not be allowed. CEC members have a very loud voice in multiple platforms. They shouldn't come to other meetings, other CEC meetings where parents have limited voice and take up their time. Thank you.
Ushma, who's next?
We have Taj Sutton, William Deep, then Marissa Vandershaw, but next is Taj Sutton.
You're unmuted.
Good evening again. Thank you. So the cool thing about letting people sign up twice is that there's a Teens Take Charge student directly after me. And the thing that I like to do is let students speak for themselves. Teens Take Charge members who are on this call, could you please just put a thumbs up if you utilize the Teens Take Charge space to speak for yourselves, and if you can attest to the fact that no adult is coercing you because you are smart enough and brave enough and well-informed enough to make your own decisions. Just need a thumbs up from you guys. And what I want to do is address Kaushik, who was saying that CEC members from other districts, when they agree with you, it's fine. When place members show up in every forum, no one says anything. But I show up to a couple meetings and speak on issues that affect the entire city, and now all of a sudden it's not allowed. I find that disingenuous and ridiculous. Chien, you gotta let it go. Attacking me and suggesting that I'm controlling these children is not going to change the facts that we are fighting for equitable education for all children, and some of you are very loudly advocating for everything but. And the interesting thing about you suggesting that these kids don't speak for themselves or that anti-racism is some kind of weird agenda is because I just spent the last night at the Citywide Council for English Language Learners. And the first thing I said on that call when I made my remarks is that anti-Asian racism and discrimination is a real thing. And it's a thing that we need to address. Anti-racist education and culturally responsive education done properly addresses each and every one of our communities of color. So to see that erased from the conversation so that you can continue to attack Teens Take Charge and all the other advocates fighting for equity is despicable and reprehensible. No matter how many times you attack me and these kids and try to create a false narrative, the facts will still
Listen, she's lying. I went on hers and she interrupted me. This is ridiculous.
Tom, you are
now
out of
we're
order.
yelling. Now we're yelling. That's what I've been dealing with for a month, folks. Thank you for your time, your energy, and your commitment to our kids, those of you who actually have it. Have a great night.
Hey, I'm going to interrupt for a moment. Taj, you and
This is unfair.
Hey, Tom, please, you're out of order. Taj, you and I have disagreed about some things in the past, but I will say one CEC president to another, I apologize for the interruption. Everyone at a CEC meeting who's speaking at a public session has the right to be heard, and you should not have been interrupted. Please move on to the next speaker.
It's just for clarification, it's my understanding, I've been told that the last person who signed the Google form for the speaker list is Michael Markowitz.
Okay, Michael will be the last speaker because at a certain point, we're gonna have to close the speaking list at a certain point once we begin the speaker list for, we continue to adjust to the to our new virtual platform. So we're going to have our final speaker will
There were
be.
still other people in addition to Michael Markowitz already.
The people are going to be called that are already signed up, Robin. Michael was the last one who just signed up.
Yep.
So
we've got William Deep, Marissa Vandershaw, Michael Markowitz, and then we're done.
Thank you.
William, go ahead.
Okay, who do we have? Because somebody's got to hold the list up. I don't.
William Deep.
Okay,
William
thank you. Okay, you're unmuted.
D-I-E-P in the last name.
Okay, William, you're unmuted.
Thank you so much. I was originally going to say something else, but got to change that. Before I want to say this, I first want to highlight the amazing adults who are in this room right now. Taj, Shino, Robin, Emily, Eric Goldberg, you have been amazing to supporting student voice and school integration. You guys have shown that we value equity and integration, and that's what we need right now. Second, I'm not going to name any names, but there was one person in this council who said that he was the only member of one race, which was the human race. And I found that offensive. And I hope that everyone else here found that offensive, because we are all humans. But if you choose to be aggressive to one another, and if you choose to attack other people on Twitter because of the racist things that you have said, and that is offensive, and that your actions should be held accountable, and that you should be told the consequences of your actions. Racism should not be allowed. Second, one person said that some adults from Teens Take Charge are manipulating us. I, as a student, a part of Teens Take Charge, joined here because I believe in the value. I will say this, and I admit saying this. Before joining Teens Take Charge, I was not against admission screens, but I joined out of my own will, and I joined because I know that what I believe was wrong before, and I know that we need to eliminate admission screens. Now we need to support integration and equity, because that's what we need to support as students, as adults, as parent leaders, as everyone in this city. We live in the most segregated school system in this entire country, and that we need to support student voice and doing whatever it takes to support integration, equity. And as an Asian American, I found that we need to support integration, equity, and everything that we can to do so. Thank you.
Ushma, who's next? Sorry.
Marissa Vandershaw.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You're unmuted. Marissa, you're unmuted.
I'm sorry for the technical issues. In the interest of time, I'll go through it pretty quickly. First, I want to thank everybody on the council, as well as I see PTA members and people of the SLT teams, the Board of Ed, and I recognize a lot of faces from more than just, this council. So I thank you, because I know I'm sitting on this for a few hours and it's exhausting. I couldn't imagine doing this and then everything in between the meetings. I just wanted to get a couple of clarifications specifically regarding special ed. I was curious to know if educational evaluations are being done, and if so, how. Also, if we don't have a copy of our IEPs because they were going to work on it, and then because of COVID, we didn't get that copy of the most recent IEP. I also wanted to get some clarification about, is it true that there are only 12-to-1s in District 75? So if you're talking about somebody who has therapeutic needs but is academically or cognitively, I don't know what word to use, able to do rigorous work, where can we find that? And then specifically regarding after-school programs or on days off, I know they were having regional enrichment centers, and those were, which I can understand, it's been wonderful that they had it for first responders. Do we have any information about eligibility for some of those programs that they're talking about that they can accommodate as far as working parents who may need childcare? And I'm sorry, one other thing about the special ed, I'm sorry. If somebody has a lot of related services, is that going to be done on the days that they're there? Or is that going to be something that they recommend is done remotely? Thank you.
I'm going to, Michael Markowitz, I see him. He's
already
definitely
unmuted.
here.
Yep.
Yes, we're going to go to that. And then I'm going to, if either Superintendent Chumney or Jennifer Greenblatt wants to address the last speaker on the specific questions, or have that last speaker get in touch with either of you. Jennifer, perhaps she could reach you for some specific guidance. We can do that. Michael, sorry for that service announcement interruption.
No problem at all. Sound check?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay. Madam Chair, I was wondering if the CEC has a policy about the reuse of the recordings of these meetings. And the reason I ask that is because one of the council members has used heavily redacted, selectively edited recordings of these meetings to cast some of that member's colleagues in the worst possible light, to inflame tensions between council members. And as a former CEC multi-term member and VP, I find that behavior reprehensible and worthy of censure. Second, and respecting the late hour here, if that particular council member wants to step up and explain exactly what he meant by writing on his Facebook page that I need to be held accountable, I would love to hear it. Thank you very much.
Michael?
I just actually would like to interrupt and point out that Tom just gave the finger to this member of the public during his public statement. And I know that we're all dancing around here. I'm going to take myself.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit right now.
We're all dancing around and trying to pretend that, like, oh, lots of people are behaving inappropriately. And oh, if we call out our fellow council members, it interferes with how we can serve the public. But let's stop pussyfooting and accommodate.
Why is Robin allowed to?
Okay.
No,
Guys,
I'm sorry.
I'm
No,
gonna...
Maud, with all due respect, I understand you're in a very difficult position and I do empathize with you. But this is, look at him. This is not okay.
Robin, I don't disagree with you that Robin, you know what? I am going to, a point of order to Tom before, and it's a point of order to you. I am going to, yeah, we're good. We're all muted here.
No, I'm allowed to get
Robin.
angry at a council member treating a member of the public this way. This is not.
Okay, I am going to address all council members. Michael, first I'm going to just address you as you asked a question. And I realize that this is not in keeping with the fact that we don't, as I have said at public speaking, during public speaking sessions, we don't always individually address the questions that are being raised. We do not have specific guidance about how our Zoom meetings are, that I'm aware of, how our Zoom meetings are made available. And in fact, one of the things that I was looking at and seeking guidance of as I rewrote or proposed edits for our bylaws was how to incorporate rules around virtual meetings, including muting people when you're trying to respect Robert's Rules of Orders, and when you're the chair of the meeting and you're asking for order. That's a question that I've sought some guidance on about what will be legal in our bylaws and what would be appropriate. And I think we do need further guidance around how virtual meetings are held. I will note that whether I agree with a person or not, we have to respect a sort of Robert's Rules of Orders, and we're not going to have folks speak out of order. When it's appropriate to have all council members speak, they can speak. As I apologize to Taj Sutton, who was interrupted by a council member during public speaking, Michael, on behalf of our council, I extend apology to you that there was a rude gesture issued to you. I've known you for some years now, Michael. I know you're not that thin-skinned, but I apologize nonetheless that happened. And Robin, I understand and acknowledge that it's something that we're going to have to address. I am going to give it some thought as we go forward, because we're going to need to have something change before our next meeting. And I hope that council members, this council in particular, this term of this council, is one in which we've seen many members attack one another in a way that is not conducive to being the best advocates we can for schools and for students and for principals and teachers. And so I'm going to ask that as we address how to make I hear loudly and clearly the many parents and students who have said that this environment is not working for them. And I take that seriously. And I think we do need to make some changes. And as some of you who know me, you know that I'm a morning person, and it's now 10:30. So I am not going to make any decisions or make any grand announcements, as that would be quite inappropriate for 10:30 at night after a long meeting. But I am going to give it some thought, and I am going to reach out to people, and those folks who are who've agreed with me a lot in the past, and those folks who have disagreed with me a lot in the past. I urge everyone to come together, council members. Perhaps we'll do it in an executive session, or find some way forward to have an important conversation that I think we need to have, so that our council can be a place where folks show up and are heard and feel comfortable showing up and being heard. And that goes both ways, whether you agree with the speakers who complained about the environment or disagree with them on issues. Everybody should be, everyone should be heard and have their opinions acknowledged and respected at a meeting like this. Okay.
Maud, can I say something?
Who is asking to speak?
Donalda.
Oh, yes, Donalda, please.
Can you, hopefully my volume's loud enough.
Yes, I can hear you.
I just wanted to say that these meetings, I always look forward to them, because it's really a very structured opportunity for me and for the members of our team who are always on this call to hear from our larger parent community. Specifically, what concerns are coming to mind for people, what's top of mind. And we also hear from our student community on these calls. And so I find them intensely valuable for my work in informing the efforts that we have in place in the district. And, perhaps it's a shortcoming of mine, having only been a superintendent for a short amount of time, figuring out how to structure large opportunities for public sharing and feedback. And I fully own that. And I'm committed to working on it. That said, I think that as folks who are really invested in building schools and communities and making sure that all families receive the inherent human right of dignity, that it's a really high priority within this council and all parent leadership to extend a warm welcome regardless of perspective. And so I am here to support however I can in making sure that this is always a welcoming space for parents and for students to be. And I want that very much, because I think that, we really count on dissonance and diversity of opinion in order to make the best decisions in a large public system. And sometimes the most dissonant voice is the one that we have to pay attention to. And people land, everyone on this council falls in some place on an ideological spectrum. People are, there are hundreds of issues that people wholeheartedly agree about, and many thousands that you all don't. But I guess my basic message is I really just aspire for this to be an opportunity for us all to intersect with the public that we serve, and to support families in their parenting responsibilities and as they seek to have an excellent education for their children. And so, to whatever extent I can support any individual member or the council at large with that, I really take it as an honor and a privilege. Thank you for letting me speak.
I would, Tom, I'll get you in a moment. We got a little bit distracted. There was the second to last speaker. I believe your name was Marissa. You had some very specific questions which should be addressed, and I was hoping that I wanted to make sure that you can reach out to the superintendent You can email any of the CEC members on this if you don't have a way to get in touch. On our cecd2.net website, you can email me, or any other member can put you in touch with the superintendent, because you had several questions that that can be answered for you, and that I just wanted to make that clear.
And if you Donalda, copy, if you do get in touch with each other and answer some of those questions, I'm hearing a lot of those same questions.
Right.
Real ICT classes, like all of that. Please copy me.
Okay, will do. Tom, I will.
Oh,
Tom,
hey, Maude.
Yeah.
Oh, Maude, I was just gonna say there were a bunch of questions from some of the speakers, which I think we were all kind of jotting down. I didn't know if we had an opportunity to answer some of those for the people who asked them. Whether it's council members, yeah. Yeah,
I am going to ask some folks to just email those questions, given that it's 10:30 at night at this point, Eric, because some of those, some individual speakers had very specific questions.
No problem.
Tom, if you can behave rationally, I will acknowledge you to speak at this moment, and then we are going to move on to a vote on the resolutions, and then we're going to adjourn this meeting. Tom, go ahead.
No, first, I would like to introduce new business. I've been defamed several times. I need the opportunity to defend myself. You have not given me that opportunity. Previous to all this, you gave Robin a chance to defend herself. You let Emily speak. You let Eric talk. Why am I not allowed to speak? And the human race comment that was made was a comment made by one of my Black friends. My Black girlfriend was on this call defending me. I believe in integration from the bottom of my heart. I believe it should start earlier. I am being defamed, and you are all supporting it because you read these critical race theory books. I go into the projects. I am meeting my friend at the Grant Housing Project on Friday. My friend lives in the South Bronx, and she was over my house. She's been my friend for 5 years, and her nephew was on my knee. What am I doing wrong? Why do you white people in your $1 million condos get to tell me in my walk-up that I can't hang out with my friend? What are you thinking? I don't understand it. I would like the chance to defend myself against every single person who attacked me tonight. You have been silencing me. Maude, if you want to do the vote first, we could do that, but I want to stay on this call, and you can all leave. But I will defend myself against every single lie told about me today. Is that okay with you?
So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say two things, and then we're going to move to a vote on the resolution. One is we have a purpose. We are advocates. We are parent advocates for pre-K through 8th grade schools and families. And our work should always remain rooted and focused in that advocacy. Personalities and conflicts arise at times, but it should remain rooted in that work. I'm also just going to say something to everyone who's on this call right now, which is that, and I've said this before in different ways, but I think when you see someone, when you see someone suffering and struggling and having difficulties, I think there's space for compassion. We should be compassionate towards people. So.
Maude, I want to go one step further. I mean, if I may, and I know it's late, I know it's very late, but I think we really, as CEC members, should agree, I don't need a resolution, I mean, just not to attack each other on social media. I mean, that's what I tried to talk about at the June meeting. I wasn't very eloquent about it. And that means not reposting things. We should be defending each other. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of the things that people say here, but I agree with their right to disagree. And we should be standing up for one another, not attacking each other. And I see where it's driven everybody, and it's driven us to be exceptionally polarized. And it's driven people to really extremes here. And I think we really need to take a deep breath and just start from a constructive place saying, how about just not attacking somebody? How about a moratorium just where we don't post negative comments about our fellow CEC members. And for those of us, I'm not on social media, but if you think that you can, it's only a matter of time before it all comes around. So I think we just need to be more civil with one another and defend each other, because we're all in this together. And I think it's just, and I can understand how people looking at us as a group are just flabbergasted at what they're seeing. So I sympathize with everybody. I would never imagine, I hope that all the people that are looking at this try to put themselves in each person's position and imagine what it's like, who we're talking about, because it's not just one member, it's a lot of different members. Because I have to feel it's horrible to have things retweeted and viewed 700,000 times, and it's crazy. So I think we just have to agree that we can at least be civil with one another and disagree with one another and not post nasty things about one another, repost nasty things, and start from that minimum concession about at least understanding that we're all in this together. I think that's what we should be striving for. And I know it sounds simple. I know it's a great divide, but we have to try. We have to try to come up with that common ground, because this can't go on.
Thank you, Len. Ushma, you're recognized.
Can I please move for a vote on the two resolutions?
No,
I need to
second. I second.
That has been seconded. The motion has been seconded, and I'm going to, Ushma, I'm going to take, you moved on both resolutions. I'm going to take them one at a time. Resolution 150. Vincent, please do a roll call vote on the resolutions.
Can you just clarify which one that is?
Yes,
Maud?
it's in favor of maximizing outdoor learning.
Thank you.
Okay, so on 150, maximizing outdoor learning, Robin Broshi,
Yes.
Eric Goldberg,
Yes.
Emily Hellstrom,
Yes.
Vincent Hom votes yes, Edward Irizarry,
Yes.
Maud Marin,
Yes.
Ben Morden,
Stay.
Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Yes.
Shino Tanakawa,
Yes.
Tom Rockledge.
I'm putting all their lives on ccd2.info. I'm putting all their own words, all their lives.
Okay,
That's
we're
a no.
that's a no. Just move on to the next resolution. The next resolution
is the next resolution had to do with
Comprehensive approach to reopening schools to ensure safety of those all attending and working.
okay, the reopening schools resolution. Robin Broshi,
Yes.
Eric Goldberg,
Yes.
Emily Hellstrom.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vincent Hom, Edward Irizarry,
Yes.
Maud Marin,
yes.
Ben Morden,
Stay.
Stain, okay. Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Len Silverman,
Stain.
Shino Tanakawa,
Yes.
Tom Rockledge.
No, there's just nothing.
No answer.
No answer.
Is he
That would
unmuted?
be
or-
abstaining. He's muted, but he's not there. I think I would record it as abstaining.
Let's do that.
Wait, I'm sorry, Jennifer, shouldn't it just be no vote?
I agree. No vote.
All right,
Okay,
no vote.
No votes. Okay. All right. So
Honestly, for the prior resolution, I didn't hear anything. That should also be no vote.
Yes, Tom Rockledge is no vote on both of the resolutions.
okay. So so the first resolution passes. Let's see, 9 with 1 abstention and 1 no vote, or
9 yeses, it passes.
10 votes, 9 passes with 1 abstention. The second resolution, the same outcome. Sorry.
9 yeses, it passes.
No, it's 8, actually 8 yes votes, 2 abstentions.
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded. Good night, everyone.
Okay, we have to say all in favor.
All in favor?
All in favor. Good
Aye.
night. Good night.
Bye.